But anyway, hello, good morning. I came on early. I just couldn't help myself. We're missing so much. We're missing so many things. Hold on, I gotta turn the music off. There we go. We're missing so many things this morning. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Hello, Easily. Kim, if you're asleep, keep going to sleep. You need your rest, my love. You little midnight worker. You're going out there driving drunk people home and stuff like that. I love you. You're one of the ones that do it. You get out there. You do it. I love you for it. Well, good morning, everyone. I know I came on a little bit early. Neil's going to be very upset because I do this to him all the time. You watched Hegseth? I know. I was just watching it as I was getting ready. I was listening. I think instead of the Mark Wayne Mullen, which I realize now is just a vote on his nomination, which I don't really give a shit about. I mean, I give a shit about his nomination, but not the vote. But the three wise men are testifying again on Capitol Hill. So we're going to join that because I think that's going to be more interesting, more relevant. I mean, relevant in terms of more information, I don't know, than what we get from the Mark Wayne Mullen, blah, blah, blah. I know you'll be shocked to hear this, but New York Times, Slumpo lied about price of... Max, I saw that yesterday, and I thought of you. I'm like, oh my effing God. Of course he did. And not only, Max... Is it not just what I thought and maybe other people thought, which is, or in fact, I think we talked about it, that this is basically, Trump RX is like Gold RX. Like it's literally Gold RX. Like you get the card, you pay 10, whatever, and that's the price you get if you don't have insurance. But it's even worse than that. It's actually, the prices are crazy, not anywhere close to what they should be on many of the most popular, whatever. So as we suspected, Trump RX is a boondoggle where you will not be able to afford it. So let me tell you what the scam is on the healthcare thing before we jump into the... I'll probably wait until people get here because I did start early, which is my bad. But we have 3 minutes or so. So what people are well, not people aren't missing this, but it's not being discussed, I think, enough as the centerpiece of the whole healthcare thing, is that if Dump just gives you the money that normally would have been paid to the insurance companies, if you choose, like in the Obamacare, Affordable Care Marketplace, you choose, you know that's subsidy that you don't have anymore, right? Because they voted to get rid of that. Do you know that? Do you know that? So, you know that subsidy and stuff like that? They're going to send that directly to you, but then you're going to turn around and you're going to have to buy from an insurance company who is probably going to change the rates for individuals coming to them, because that's why the marketplace existed, is because all that shit was negotiated. So he's literally breaking a system that kind of functions for a system that is not going to function, because healthcare companies are not, first of all, stop believing this thing where competition lowers prices. It doesn't. It doesn't. And your healthcare, you should not have to shop for healthcare. Think about that. Think about it. Why in the world would we be shopping for healthcare? Why? No one should have to shop for healthcare to get the best deal. Jesus Christ. Hi, TV2. How are you? Oh, TV2 is live, too. TV2, I saw you were live. I'm so sorry. I kind of stepped on your time. I was going to go at 6:30, but then I went a little bit early. So I just want to say hi, TV2. Everybody, please go to TV2_live. That's the @ and you can subscribe to his channel, which provides a lot of coverage of Senate and just great conversation, great chat. You will not be disappointed. If you like Lolo's Lounge, you're going to love TV2 Live. Let's put it that way. So that's the boondoggle with healthcare, is that not giving you the money is not going... Oh, it did? Oh, I'm so sorry. I fucking hate that when that happens. Of course, always anything I can do to support like positive creators. Like you're such a, you're like, you're the type of creator I want to promote. I mean, you know, like I think you really do good work. So, and your chat's nice, and they're not weird people. They're not chuddy. There's no chuds. I was doing a little fact checking. Oh, of senators on TV Tuesday. Yes. Oh, Max. But I had a different shirt on. Oh, okay. You had your different shirt on. So them sending you the money just means that the healthcare that you have to then go and do on your own, which would normally been a little bit easier for you to figure out because again, all the marketplace, everybody's in the same place, so you can compare plans. Guess what? They want to take away your ability to easily compare plans. Get out your spreadsheets. Get ready. So the whole medical thing, the Trump RX is a perfect encapsulation of just how incredibly disgusting and fucked up this administration, this regime is implementing healthcare, and this is their implementation. There's no 2 weeks. There's no medical plan. We read about the great plan, and it really wasn't a great plan. It was a series of bullet points. So that's not a plan. It's all lies and empty hype. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Kim HR. The Nazi regime totally sucks. We got all the Kims in here today, and I could not be happier. Kim Thompson and Kim from HR, which, you know, if you have complaints, please just leave her alone. She doesn't need it. She doesn't want to hear about it. All right, so I think what we're gonna do now that I'm going at the time I should have been going to. First of all, good morning to everyone who's coming in. It's Wake and Bake with Lolo, and I'm Lolo. That's it. That's all there is to it. And so, hi from Iceland. Oh my God, I got your note. Gudmund Dorlson. I don't know. Can I call you Good? I guess you're good. You can tell me what to. Hi from Iceland. We got free healthcare, and the U.S. healthcare system baffles us. Well, that's one word for it. Our healthcare system isn't. How about that? We don't have a healthcare system. We have a bunch of oligarchs who run healthcare, making tons of money. And we pay, like, people die because they can't afford healthcare. People go without medicine. I've gone without medicine. I'm without medicine right now. I'm without medicine for my psoriatic arthritis. I'm in a lot of pain. Good thing I smoke weed. But it's doing damage to my tendons because I don't have my medication, because my medication is still $3,000 a month. So I have to figure out how to make, I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out if I can get any assistance from the state to help on that. I don't know. So right now, I'm just not taking it. And there was, in fact, I took it for 2 months, but then for the last year and a half, I haven't taken it. So it's not good. I'm lucky that my psoriasis hasn't, like, gone out of control, because that will happen eventually. So anyway, I mean, I've been on a cane in this condition, so it's not, you know, like, anyway, the point I'm really trying to make, sorry to go off on my own little, but the point I'm trying to make is that the medical care system here is not a system, and it doesn't serve anyone except for the mill. No. I'm just trying, and thank you, Good, but I'm just trying to tell you that the reality is that you are absolutely right. Everything that, pretty much about everything that countries say about the United States right now is absolutely on point. Now, I hope that the people of the world know that there's a lot of us here who didn't vote for this and have fought actually very hard against this regime, including all of its members, not just the big man, okay? Because we know what the big man is. He's a big fucking Trojan horse for the rest of the billionaires who are coming in to destroy regulation, destroy accountability, destroy legal oversight, destroy audits, destroy anything that will get in the way of unimpeded wealth gathering, because we are now at the point where this regime isn't just like a typical Republican regime where, like, we're going to cut all the social programs, which is horrible. But this regime is actually hell-bent on killing people, as evidenced by the fact that they shoot people in the face. So we are entering a time in this country that I don't think we are, that certainly there's a segment of the population who are not ready for it. There are members of other communities that have been subjugated and oppressed in this country since it began, and they know they know that what this is all about, right? They know what this is all about. So this is not this and this is America, right? So we have to make this experiment better. We have failed, and I don't want to give up. I wouldn't give up, because people need help. They need us all to be in the fight. No one can walk. It's a very great privilege to just walk away from a fight. So I think that yeah, Max, that's on Medicare. I have to get state aid. I have to get Medicaid and I'm not sure I qualify for it. So I'm trying to get my brain space in the place where I can apply. I've tried, but it's very. We could have a lot of discussions about how to access safety net services when you're in distress, and it's not pretty, and it will probably trigger me, so I probably won't do it. But suffice to say that this country has a huge problem. And also, we have a problem with disinformation in this country, that not one single motherfucker will question the disinformation that we continue to be bombarded with. And that, my friends, is really, it's the oil in the engine, okay? What keeps the engine oiled is the disinformation. And even if it's out there, so, Dump says something really, really horrible, and we all go, blah, blah, blah. But the press doesn't do that consistently. In fact, very much at all, frankly. And so we're just kind of left to be like, oh, okay. So we're just going to accept that. And there's a segment of the population that either is dumb enough to accept it, or more often the case, is willing to accept it because it reaffirms their own beliefs about poor people or black people or people of color or women or birthing people or trans people or the gay community, whatever. There's always people that are that's what most of MAGA is people who were already kind of in the bigoted space, and they look up and the leader says, hey, bigot, you're okay. Everybody's just been mean to you. You're right. You're the one who's right. And so all of a sudden, we have people of a third of the country who is hell-bent on helping a man who credibly has been accused of raping multiple children. That's where we find ourselves. So we are so far, I've never been a nationalist. I don't give a shit about the flag. I don't give a shit about, we're not like great, because we've never been great and we have work to do. But I do believe that we can do that work. And I believe that what is rising up in this country, given the authoritarianism that has really landed and embedded itself now and is kind of sucking the blood of whatever this country had, I am convinced that, especially driven by young people, and I mean everybody's younger than me because I'm 62, so that's what I mean when I say young people, is everyone under 62, is that those are the folks who have the ideas, who have the revolution. And that's the revolution that we want. And it's the revolution that we need. If you want to talk about poignant things, that the fact that there was a revolution 250 years ago or whatever, I don't know. Maybe that's the Constitution. But whatever. You know what I'm saying? That this is the modern day, the next iteration of the if you want to be literary and romanticized about it, that this is the part where systems that have not served the majority of people, that only serve rich people, I believe, I hope, that those systems will be dismantled. That accountability for people will be in place, and such that oligarchs and tech bros and, fucking wild Stephen Millers and all of the Nazis really get their comeuppance. I'm going to be here for it. I'm going to be supporting it, and I'm going to be working hard to make sure that it happens. So that, I think what I hope that other countries know too is that there are more people here who are absolutely against this. And it's hard to see that from the outside because you look at it and go, well, but they're just running with it. And that, my friends, is part of why our system doesn't work for us. Right? So, anyway, that's my big speech. Wow, what a big speech for the first part of the morning. Anyway, we have a friend from Iceland. I love Iceland. I want to go to Iceland so bad, but I don't want to ruin Iceland. I don't think people want Americans to be on it. So, Max says many states' Medicaid programs utilize a detailed application process that is comprehensive and invasive. Yeah. Requiring detailed information about household income, tax filings, and sometimes assets. Yeah, it's I've been through a little bit of it just in other situations that I found myself in, and it was absolutely almost impossible. I love Bjork. Oh yeah, I'm down. Oh, of course. No, really, Iceland, you guys fucking rock. And I love Sigur Rós too. I'm probably not saying that right, but Sigur Rós is one of my favorite bands. So anyway, enough about Iceland. Welcome, Iceland. We love you. You know what? You know who's not here? Neil. Neil's not here. He's going to be so mad that I started early. Oh my God. I'm just get ready for it because he's going to yell and it's going to get real ugly. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start the pain, shall we? Yeah, you got, oh good. I love them. I just think they're great. I hope they're not problematic. God, that's the worst. That always happens to me. I always pick the band that's like, oh, and then they killed kittens, and then you're like, oh, the Sugar Cubes. Yes, girl. Yes. I do love Bjork. I still listen to that one debut album over and over and over again. I will never stop. It is the anthem of my youth. Okay. There's more to life than this. I can't sing as high as she does, but I appreciate her nonetheless. And she's beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. Okay, well, we're going to start with some real bullshit. You want to talk bullshit? We're going to talk real bullshit. All right, so the three, Manny, Mo, and Jack, are back again. The three unintelligent officers are back again. Cash Patel, Wizard Cash, Tulsi Toenails is back, and John, they'll never get rid of me, Ratcliffe, because John fits in like a Sears catalog. And if you know, you know. So, but this one looks like it's getting a little spicy. I have a feeling everybody watched. I do want to watch the rest. I didn't watch all of the Pete Pig's Breath and John Raisin Concerns press conference, but we can watch that after. I don't know. There's a lot of things going on today, so we're probably going to be hopping around. And there's a thing on the nuclear EO that Dump issued last year. They're doing an oversight hearing on what's happening with the nuclear EO, and I'm very curious to hear that. That is supposed to start later this morning, so we'll probably jump to that too at one point. And then, as usual, everything I read, everything we watch, I'll link those links in the description of the video so that if you want, you can go back and just find that, or you can explore it more if we don't explore all of it. Fetterman voted to advance. Of course he did. John Fetterman, he always bothered me, okay? I like his wife. His wife seemed nice, but he always bothered me. Okay, I never really bought him as someone who was like in it to win it. Like him kind of not voting with Democrats and voting along the lines of the authoritarian regime is should be unacceptable. Like it should actually be something where what the fuck is going on with you? And I'm sure they've had those conversations, but I'm like, Fetterman is a loser. He's a fucking loser. He was on, I didn't watch it, but I think he was on with, I don't know if it was, who was it with? I don't know. I can't remember. He was a progressive in PA. I blame brain damage. And it might be that. It might be that. And that would be a terrible tragedy. But I don't know why anyone would continue. If that were the case, that he has been completely altered by that. I don't know what the rules are on that. I guess we just kind of have to take it, and it's up to the voters. Accused Dems of, yeah, he's a fucking chud. He got his chud brain took over. Okay, I always thought there was a chud brain in there, but now I'm convinced that chud brain took over. Hi, Teresa. How are you? All right, let's begin with the three horsemen of the popcalypse. Accused Dems of having, TDS. Give me a break. Oh my God. You know who has Trump derangement syndrome? All the people who support someone who is credibly accused of raping multiple children. Okay, you want to talk about what Trump derangement syndrome means? This is for all the chuds out there who are hate watching, because I know you're there. That's what that means. The Trump derangement syndrome is people actually supporting a man who not only has cheated his entire life in terms of financials and other things and been adjudicated to have found to have cheated, found to have sexually abused another individual. Okay? So why you would, that's the Trump derangement syndrome. Okay? It's the people who support this after understanding what exactly this person represents or his regime. That's the Trump derangement syndrome. We are clear-eyed on democracy. We are clear-eyed on how we got here. Anyway, good morning, Lee. How are you, my sister? How are you? All right, we're going to watch this NSA, or the national security, the national insecurity people causing our national insecurity. And we'll just kind of let them go. But this started like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. All right, we'll catch up with them.
But necessary decision. My Democrat colleagues have made it clear that they don't agree. What we shouldn't disagree on is that the United States has effectively been at war with the Iranian regime for the last 47 years. The Death to America is not just a slogan on a T-shirt that you buy at Tehran International Airport or at the campus bookstore at Columbia University.
I think it is.
It's their ethos and their policy. They are responsible.
You don't. No, that isn't actually what is sold at Columbia University, you motherfucker. All right? You anti-intellectual. You anti-reading piece of shit. And we're going to have to jump ahead because I can't listen to him. I'm so sorry. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him already. And it's too much. Okay, here we go.
Not as simple as often portrayed in the public. No fully informed analysis will make everyone happy. That said, today I call for this review to be provided to the committee and strongly urge you to release the public whatever portion of this review can be made unclassified. This is vital to rebuilding trust moving forward. I want to thank our witnesses again for being here today. And with that, I want to recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Himes, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a big welcome to all of our witnesses. I hope that whatever else is said today, that you will convey to your workforces our deep admiration and appreciation for their diligence, their commitment, and their sacrifice. Sometimes this moment feels a little bit like that old Billy Joel song, "We Didn't Start the Fire." North Korea, Red China, war in Ukraine, Greenland, Cuba, terrorism, burning drug boats, and of course, the massive fire that we did start, our latest Middle Eastern war. Where to begin? Our national elections are about 7 months away, and plenty of Americans are worried that President Trump may indeed, as he said, take control. Meanwhile, we are not receiving the traditional indications or warnings of foreign intelligence efforts to interfere in those elections. There have been several terrorist attacks in recent weeks, and meanwhile, the FBI, our premier counterterrorism agency, has pivoted hard to immigration enforcement. But I can't begin today with anything other than that fire that we did start, Iran. The Constitution, to which every single one of us swears an oath, reserves decisions of war to the representatives of the people.
Sarah. Welcome back, girl.
And that's not ink on parchment. There are good reasons for that. First, let's start with why. Why did we and are we risking our blood and treasure on a deeply risky venture, one that the President of the United States and the Director of National Intelligence have spent years telling us is a terrible idea? The President has said that Iran was preparing an imminent attack on the United States. That is not true. As awful as the regime is and always has been, not one of your agencies has produced a single report saying that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. The President also claimed that Iran would soon possess a nuclear weapon, perhaps in weeks. That is also not true. It is not supported by a single report from your agencies, and it is certainly belied by the repeated claim that Iran's nuclear capability was obliterated mere months ago. Second, let's consider the consequences, as the Congress should have done. The Congress, not one man, should consider whether our constituents in uniform will live or die. The Congress, not one man, should decide if Americans will spend an additional $30 a week to fill their gas tanks. The Congress, not one man, should consider if it is wise to allow the Russians to sell their oil to India so that they have millions of dollars with which to kill the Ukrainians that we are now begging for help to defend ourselves against Iranian drones. Finally, had the administration chosen to abide by the Constitution, Congress might have considered the answer to General Petraeus's all-important question. Tell me how this ends. When the Iranian Navy is sunk and the missile launchers are destroyed and we have re-obliterated the nuclear infrastructure, do we declare victory and sail away? How do we feel about a new supreme leader who is more extreme and vicious and dedicated to the development of a nuclear weapon than the last one? Do we do a deal with him? How do we get him to open the Strait of Hormuz? Do we bomb more? And if we sail away and declare victory, are we back there 9 months from now to resink a rebuilt Navy and rebomb rebuilt missile launchers? Is this going to be an every 9-month thing, or is it going to be annual? The very core purpose of the intelligence community is to answer these questions for the President, for us, and for the American people. Right now, as we watch the dignified transfer of lost American patriots at Dover, as we watch gasoline approach $5 a gallon, as we watch our allies mocking us on the world stage, we need to know, were those questions asked? How did you answer them for the President of the United States? And did he listen? I understand that the administration may come to the Congress to ask for funding of $200 billion for this war. As you answer those questions for us today, I'd ask you to remember that old saying, if you want me there for the landing, make sure I'm there at the takeoff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Before I turn it over to Director Gabbard, I would like to thank General Hartman for nearly 4 decades of service. I know you're retiring, I think, tomorrow. You are here. I just applaud your service to this nation and your leadership at the NSA, and thank you and wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you, Chairman.
He's
I think
like, "I'm
tomorrow
out."
as well.
I'm out of here.
Thank you.
Looking forward to get the fuck out of here as well.
Director
Thank you.
Gabbard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Crawford, Ranking Member Himes, members. I'm here today to present the 2026 Annual Threat Assessment and joined by my colleagues, the directors of the CIA, the DIA, FBI, and NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI's statutory responsibility. What I'm briefing here today does not represent my personal views or opinions, but rather the assessments of the intelligence community of the threats that facing the United States, our homeland, and our interests. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our homeland and then shifting to global risks. The defense of our homeland is of the utmost importance to the American people, and efforts by this administration over the last year to bolster homeland defense have yielded significantly positive results. For example, the strict enforcement of U.S. policies at the U.S.-Mexico border and regionally have served as a deterrent and drastically reduced illegal immigration. Based on Customs and Border Patrol data, January 2026's monthly encounters are down 83.8% compared to January of 2025.
Wait, Tulsi toenails, are you saying that they're not zero? Wait, you're saying it's not zero? Huh. Because everybody around you, and you never correct them, says nobody's coming over the border. It's essentially closed. Well, is it or isn't it? Oh, that's right. You're lying. Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
The drivers of migration are likely to continue. Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges. Smugglers who often operate as transnational criminal organizations view chaos as an opportunity for profit and will likely continue to profit from these illegal immigration flows.
What are we doing to Haiti?
These TCOs continue to pose a daily and direct threat to the health and safety of millions of U.S. citizens, primarily by producing and trafficking in illegal drugs. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl overdose deaths have seen a 30% decrease from September of 2024 to September of 2025. His aggressive efforts to more...
I'm sorry. I have to just correct things as we go, and I'm so sorry. Actually, I did a little digging on the whole, like, overdoses and things like that. It has been in decline for years. Okay, it's been in decline for years, actually. It hit a high during 2020, 2021, but then it started to come down. And so what she's saying is that she's including part of the Biden administration, and if you had looked prior to her September of 2024 numbers, you would see that indeed during Biden's regime, overdose deaths were going down. So yes, there is a slight acceleration, which is great, but it is attributed more to other factors other than our drug interception or whatever it is. Okay, so I'll pull that study, but there is a study about that, and there is information out there that doesn't quite support the story that she's telling.
Directly and actively target these transnational criminal organizations and reduce the inflow of fentanyl precursors has already had a significant impact, which is likely to continue. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations like the Sinaloa Cartel and Jalisco New Generation Cartel dominate the production and smuggling of fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine, and cocaine into the United States. Colombia-based TCOs and illegal armed groups like the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are responsible for producing and trafficking large volumes of cocaine into the U.S. and European markets, with some indicators that they are now attempting to expand to the Asia-Pacific region. Colombia remains the world's largest producer of cocaine, and Colombian criminal groups have expanded their trafficking relationships with neighboring Ecuadorian and Brazilian gangs. MS-13 is well established in cells in the United States and uses violence to intimidate the Salvadoran diaspora, engaging in murder, extortion, retail drug trafficking, firearms offenses, and prostitution, fueling increased violence and instability. These and other TCOs present a very tangible and individualized risk of violent crime to everyday Americans and contribute to regional instability. As the president increases counter-drug and counter-cartel pressures, they are likely to seek ways to try to adapt their operations, including shifting and decentralizing production locations and trafficking routes and methods. The United States continues to face a complex and evolving threat landscape with a geographically diverse set of Islamist terrorist actors seeking to propagate their ideology globally and harm Americans. Even as al-Qaeda and ISIS organizationally remain weaker today than they were at their respective peaks. The spread of Islamist ideology, in some cases led by individuals and organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, pose a fundamental threat to freedom and foundational principles that underpin Western civilization. These Islamist groups and individuals use this ideology for recruiting and financial support for terrorist groups and individuals around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs based on Sharia. There are increasing examples of this in various European countries. President Trump's designation of certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks of their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, the IC assesses that Islamist terrorist groups have shifted towards focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West. U.S. counterterrorism operations are ongoing, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria, and have removed key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of al-Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership and launch large-scale attacks against the homeland. Strict U.S. border enforcement measures and increased deportations of individuals with suspected links to Islamist terrorists have reduced access to the homeland and removed some potential sources of future terror attacks. Since January, U.S. officials have only had a handful of encounters at our borders with individuals associated with terrorist groups. This is a positive trend. However, our interagency coordinated efforts to identify, locate, and remove known or suspected terrorists who are already in the U.S. continues with vigilance. In 2025, there were at least 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in the U.S. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Roughly half of last year's disrupted plotters had some online contact with Islamist terrorists inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. Al-Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate. In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria specifically is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks, expand support networks, and solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from the likely hundreds of ISIS detainees and thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who escaped or were released from prisons and displaced persons camps. Meanwhile, state actors present a risk broader in scope by seeking new capabilities in kinetic and cyber warfare. The U.S. secure nuclear deterrent continues to ensure safety in the home.
Makes me stop listening. That is, I found that now both times. Anytime she's doing this kind of stuff, she is the least interesting reader I have ever experienced. Like her voice tone, I don't hear the words. I have to listen so hard for the actual words. Isn't that weird? Hi, Jane. Good morning. So I'm sorry that we're replaying because basically she's reading her statement again. But
homeland against strategic
anyway.
Threats. However, the IC assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan competitors seek years-long effort
to be a voting machine.
Maybe doesn't get to the root of the problem. How many analysts were involved in the
party, and that sees
against local security forces,
All right.
expanding their areas of operation and moving closer to cities with a U.S. presence. African governments will use their wealth and critical minerals to seek partnerships that deliver them meaningful benefit. Concurrent conflicts and crises across the continent will continue to put U.S. citizens at risk.
Excuse me. You're saying the, I know, I agree, Jane. I think it's on purpose that she's like that. Yeah, I agree. Excuse me. But what you just said is that everybody wants to use their minerals. That's not it, really. Of course they do. I mean, but it is us going in and extorting access to the minerals, okay? That's what's really happening. It's not just, oh, Karen Diggs, it's so good to see you. Yes, Paul Harvey, same thing. She's the Paul Harvey of today. Ugh. And that's the way it is. And that's all she wrote. Yeah. Anyway, so here we go.
And
So
cause
hopefully she's
further
gonna be done
instability.
soon.
In closing, as leaders of the intelligence community, we remain committed to providing the president and policymakers with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Gabbard. We appreciate that. We'll now move to member questions, 5-minute increments. With that, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Patel, our state and local officials are on the front lines of increasingly dangerous, unrestricted warfare activities being undertaken by Chinese nationals, such as marijuana grow operations protected by armed militants, secret police stations engaged in transnational repression, Chinese-operated sim farm sites,
What?
crypto mining facilities, and land purchases
What?
near strategic locations. The CCP is exploiting legal gray areas and the lack of awareness at the state and local level to establish strategic footholds. 2 states, in fact, New Hampshire and Florida, are now advancing legislation to establish offices of counterintelligence, which would bolster states' ability to confront foreign adversaries without relying on the federal government. Do you support that? What can be done to better support the states and local officials?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have infused funding into our entire program taking on the CCP. And while we are well versed in the fact that we have
We put a bunch of. He's very hungover. I'm just gonna tell you that. He's had a little too much White Claw, and he kind of chased it this morning with a Bloody Mary, and it's not going well. I think it's starting to turn in his tummy. So anyway, just letting you know what his physical characteristics are telling me right now. Anyway, but yeah, he's about to tell you a big load of nothing. Okay, what did he see? A lot of support everywhere.
have our capabilities with folks like CFIUS when it comes to the purchases of land around military bases. That only extends 1 mile under the current law, so the FBI had to get creative. So what we did was directly engage with our state and local partners, and I'll give you 2 examples. A 400-acre farm in the state of Texas was owned by a CCP official, but because he was outside the reach of the CFIUS law, the FBI executed a unlawful possession of firearms, a criminal complaint, and received it. We seized the land in its entirety, and that CCP national is back in mainland China, and we are working to get him back here. In another example, off the coast of Louisiana, we worked with Governor Landry's team on drilling sites off the coast of Louisiana because, again, they were outside the whole of CFIUS in the 1 mile radius. And with the intelligence we were able to provide our state and local authorities, they shut.
Oh my God. So this guy is LARPing, running around the country. I mean, yeah, okay, those are crimes. I mean, I guess. Is it just a thing against the Chinese? Like he's just a China hawk now? He just wants to root out all the CCP stuff and ignore all the rest of it? I know that he does. I know the answer to that question. Sorry.
Intelligence from American lives. So that's just a little bit of an example.
She's there
the
for
marijuana
Dump's
grow houses.
personal
We have
views.
6
Yep.
active ongoing investigations.
She's
in 6
trying to
multiple
save her little
jurisdictions.
butt
We're
cheeks.
specifically
That's what she's
taking
trying
down
to do.
CCP
And it ain't going well.
affiliated grow houses from Maine to Georgia and across the country.
So it sounds like, from your characterization of CFIUS, it's inadequate at this point. Maybe we could do something legislatively here in this body to provide
That's what he
some
should be
broader
telling you.
authority
He
to
should be
address that
saying
challenge.
with
I would
more
love that.
gravitas.
Great, excellent, thank you. Director
Siffy-
Ratcliffe, in
Siffy
January
fuss or whatever could
2021,
benefit from
in
some
your role
revision.
at D&I as the director, you sent this committee a letter outlining your concerns about an
Absolutely,
intelligence
Sarah.
community assessment
Absolutely.
in which, among
Eminent
other
domain.
things,
Eminent
analysts
domain.
tailored
I
their
get it.
analysis towards a
But
preferred policy
I'd like
outcome.
to find out more about
CIA
these.
management pressured analysts.
I'd like to find out more about these supposed crimes, only because Cash himself is a traitor and should be up for treason because of his role specifically, well, in all of this now, but earlier, his role in the classified documents case where he assisted in identifying the documents that Dump should take off-site and put in his bathroom. Where's his bathroom? Where's his bathroom? Where are those boxes? So he has a lot to lose. So he's got to keep running because he will. Oh, I'm sure Landry will give him a boat. I mean, illegal drilling, that's what I need the FBI to do. I don't think I need illegal drilling. First of all, shouldn't that be a Coast Guard thing? Wait a minute. Shouldn't that be a Coast Guard thing? What the fuck's the FBI doing there? And they're not spending time on ending the random acts of violence in this country? That's not what they're going to help? That's not what they're going to help with? Are you kidding me? This is so dumb. Okay, wait. I need to find the boxes. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did with them. But, oh, man, one of these days we're going to have a producer, and the producer's going to be, I'll get that for you, Lolo. I'll say boxes, and immediately the box thing will pop up. Oh, my God, I don't even have it. I mean, I can't even. Oh, here it is. There. This is why Kash Patel is so nervous. One reason. He has a lot to be nervous about. He's best friends with Mike Flynn. And Cash on a boat. I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget. And his flippy floppies. That was a good song. I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget. Okay. I'm on a boat, yeah. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta sing that song again. That's kind of fun. Anyway, so sorry about that, but yeah, that's it. Good morning, Noob.
To withdraw their support from an alternative viewpoint, and the full body of intelligence reporting wasn't considered. Now, in your role as CIA director, you have retracted several reports for political bias and not meeting IC analytic standards, which that's good progress. Retracting faulty reporting is a critical step, but I remain concerned about that it maybe doesn't get to the root of the problem. How many analysts were involved in the products you recently retracted?
I don't know the specific number, Chairman.
What remediation actions have taken place as a result?
Well, I've made the focus of, as you pointed out, both as DNI and now as CIA director, focused on the importance of analytic objectivity. As you pointed out, when I was the DNI, when I saw conduct from Russia and China, the exact same conduct result in different assessments. That's not a good reflection on the analytic judgments. What you referenced in my role as CIA director, withdrawing reports that we went back and looked that didn't reflect the analytic standards that we would expect, I retracted those judgments because they show bias and influence for political reasons or otherwise. So that has continued to be a focus and will be. I think that message has been received within our analytic community within the CIA and really across the CIA, because this administration has put a focus on taking politics out of our analytic judgments.
Excellent. Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. I want to, as I made clear in my opening statement, I'm trying to get this done in the little time that I have remaining. The intelligence community assessment on AHI is deeply flawed. And I've called for its recall immediately to start for a fresh start, similar to my question in last year's session. But I'd like to get a yes or no answer from each of you on whether you agree this ICA should be retracted. Director Gabbard?
Yes.
Director Ratcliffe?
Say it again.
The question AHI, ICA? Yeah,
so for the ICA, I understand that Director Gabbard is reviewing that, and I've deferred all AHI investigations to her review. So if in her judgment that is something that should be retracted, then I would agree with that.
Then yes. Okay.
Wait. Whoa. What is an ICA? What's an ICA? What's an ICA? I don't know. The documents were deleted from the agency's database or revised after the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. Who the fuck's on the Intelligence Advisory Board? Why do we need them? Appointed by the President, advised the White House in a statement. Okay. Wait, I want to know what they actually got rid of. One of the reports criticized from Friday from 2020 dealt with contraception during the pandemic. One from 2015 dealt with the mistreatment of gay, lesbian, and transgender people in the Middle East and Africa. Oops. Sorry. I have to make sure. Hold on. Hold on to your love. Yeah, so it just took away, and one from 2021 dealt with the expanding role of women in racially motivated violent extremist groups. So these intelligence reports, all gone. In the last year, the CIA has shuttered a group analyzing global health, which would have produced the report on contraceptives. The intelligence assessment about female involvement in hate groups focused on overseas organizations, but it associated certain practices and policies favored by some dump supporters, like having more children or adhering to traditional marriage roles with violent extremist movements. Wow. Wow, it was waiting. Okay, the senior CIA official said that while the agency should be tracking foreign extremist groups, the retracted intelligence assessment was flawed because it was wading into political debates and discussions about gender roles in allied countries. The official also noted that the article on contraception cited Planned Parenthood, which the official said was an advocacy group. It's not. It's a healthcare group. And not a suitable source. Oh, I didn't even see this story. I hate this place.
Director Patel.
I hate this.
Yes.
Thank you. General Hartman
Yes.
and General Adams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you all
you.
for your
Thank you, Karen,
responses. I'm going to
Diggs,
recognize the
and
ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, as was well covered yesterday in January, you were present at the execution of an FBI warrant at the Fulton County, Georgia election office at the direction of the president and to all appearances in connection with the president's false claims about the 2020 election. The unsealed affidavit submitted by the FBI made zero reference to foreign powers or outside interference. I don't want to relitigate the reasons why you were there, but I do want to know whether as a result of your visit there is credible intelligence in your possession pointing to foreign interference in Georgia in the 2020 election.
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member. As you know, over each of the previous elections, there is an ongoing effort by different foreign entities.
Ma'am, it's a very specific question. Is there intelligence in your possession relative to foreign interference in the 2020 elections? Very simple, straightforward question.
We are continuing to look at previous attempts to interfere in our elections and any ongoing threats that may exist for the upcoming elections.
Okay, but can I assume that the answer to my question is no, that you have no specific intelligence related to foreign meddling in the Georgia election?
We are continuing to look into this matter.
Okay. Director, the ODNI has confirmed on the record that your office took custody of voting machines from Puerto Rico last May. I'm not aware of any previous DNI taking similar actions. Did your office promptly notify the committee about taking custody of Puerto Rico's voting machines?
I don't believe we did. However, this was done at the request of the Puerto Rico AUSA attorney.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
The
answer, as you have acknowledged, is no. You did not inform the committee about the taking of a territory's voting machines. Is there a specific foreign threat? And I've read the reporting that you were looking for possible foreign threats, but is there a specific foreign threat that drove you to take this action?
There were questions about whether or not there were vulnerabilities that a threat could have taken advantage of, and that was the purpose for their requesting us to look into those vulnerabilities.
Where are those voting machines now?
I believe they are held in a secure facility at ODNI.
Have you or other ODNI officials taken any other state or territory's voting equipment into custody?
Not to my knowledge.
I want to turn in the subject of elections to a paradoxical thing. You will all be aware that the U.S. government is apparently going to grind to a halt the president is going to sign no more bills. The Senate will spend 2 weeks apparently debating the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, of course, would make illegal foreigners voting in U.S. elections, which is already illegal. So we are to do no more business because of apparently the existential threat to our democracy associated with foreigners voting in our elections. I am therefore puzzled by the fact that neither the unclassified nor the classified threat assessment makes any reference to risk or danger associated with foreigners voting in our elections. Director Patel, how many non-citizens have been convicted of voting in U.S. elections in the last 10 years?
The conviction stats are with the Department of Justice. I defer to them on that.
You are the director of the FBI. Give me a guess. How many convictions in the last 1 year, 5 year, or 10 year? Ballpark.
I don't have that with me, sir. Again, it's with the department.
You don't have that. Okay. Director Patel, how many active investigations does the FBI have into foreign individuals voting in U.S. elections?
We have a number of investigations, generally speaking, ongoing about individuals across the country.
Yeah, I'm asking for that number.
I don't have that number with me, but I have a number of them.
You have.
Be specific. Oh my God, this is like, I really need us to understand that this is where they show their vulnerability. Kash Patel is not smart enough to weasel his way through this. He will go blunt force and just be an asshole, but that's all he's got, folks. He literally is not intelligent enough to spin this tale any better other than I just have to be an asshole to the people who question me on things I don't want to answer. And he probably doesn't have those numbers because he probably just rolled out of bed. He is literally a fucking criminal. He is literally a fucking criminal.
A number of investigations. Okay, is that number 10,000? Is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 10?
It's probably somewhere in between.
Okay, will you please provide the committee with that number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Director Patel, since you don't have the numbers, would it surprise you to know that the Heritage Foundation, which is not exactly the Columbia University Faculty Lounge, found only 77 instances of non-citizen voting in the 24 years between 1999 and 2023, each of which faced investigation by the appropriate authorities. So Heritage has a number of 77 examples in 24 years. Does that number surprise you?
No, because it's low.
I don't understand your answer.
You asked me if I was.
Are you disputing that the number is in the range of 77 examples of non-U.S. citizens voting in U.S. elections in a 24-year period?
I just said that number's low.
You think that number is low? Okay. So why, if this is a meaningful issue, do we have no, and I guess I direct this to Director Gabbard, why is there no mention of this thing that will grind the American government to a halt for a 2-week period in the worldwide threats analysis?
This annual threat assessment was shaped around the national security strategy's prioritization of threats to our nation and our nation's interests. There are multiple platforms and venues where there have been and there will be reporting on threats to our foreign threats to our elections.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Vice Chairman.
But there's other places where you discuss the threats from foreign whatevers in our elections, but you don't include it in the intelligence community assessment? Is that what I'm trying to, is that what you're telling us, Tulsi Toenails? The cult person who ate the toenails of her cult leader? Really? Wow. I don't feel safe at all, by the way. I just want everyone to know that these people do not make me feel safe at all.
I'd first just like to say, Director Gabbard, you being in Georgia was a part of your duties as DNI to make sure that our elections remain safe, secure, and free from every type of influence. That was why you were there. Is that correct? Seconds. I have one question for Director Patel.
Oh, boy.
Director Patel, the current shutdown that is caused by us not funding TSA, Border Control, DHS, and all those things. How hard has that made the job of counterintelligence FBI to protect us here in the homeland from threats that came through our borders?
And I want to
This role as director.
represent your personal beliefs.
Congressman,
contrast, this year's threat assessment
United States stayed out of that conflict.
Shifting gears to ranking
United States, Director Patel.
Thank you for the question. When it comes specifically to the combination efforts between the Department of Homeland Security,
the Trump administration has justified this war with Iran as necessary to stop an imminent threat, but the administration has not provided this committee with any intelligence indicating Iran was preparing a nuclear weapon, planning a preemptive attack on the United States, or possess any immediate capability to strike the U.S. homeland. That raises very serious questions about what the analysis of the IC provided before the decision to go to war was made. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the United States? And I ask this because 13 service members have been killed in Trump's war, including Captain Seth Koval, a husband and a dad from my state of Indiana, and my constituents want answers. So is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the U.S. prior to beginning this war, yes or no?
Congressman, the answer to this question needs to be reserved for a closed hearing. I will say, however, the intelligence community does provide the assessments of the threats that exist to the president so that he can make that determination within the body of information and intelligence and activities within the region that ultimately he is responsible for. What is an imminent threat, and if there is an imminent threat, what actions need to be taken?
Congressman, as the DNI said, there's a body of intelligence that we'll be able to cover in the classified portion of this hearing that does reflect that in the likely event of a conflict between Iran and Israel, that the U.S. would be immediately attacked, regardless of whether the United States stayed out of that conflict.
Whoa. Put the brakes on. You're saying that the intelligence, now, this is a new story in my mind. Maybe it's not. But here's the, imminent threat of Epstein files actually being followed up on. Yeah, that's the threat. Other countries can do that. Other countries can hold people accountable for their crimes against children. We don't seem to be able to do that. I don't know. You go figure. But I want to say that what DNI... Bye, I love you. Have a beautiful day. Oh, you look so cute. DNI, what's his name? Ratcliffe. What he just said was that the intelligence, I believe, intimated that if Israel attacked it, what did he just say? Oh, that in the likely event of a conflict between Iran and Israel, the United States would be attacked. That's the reason? Isn't that always? But there was no imminent threat of Epstein investigation, was there? That threat has been eliminated. Thank you very much. Isn't Ratcliffe now the director of the CIA? Yes, sorry, he's not the DNI. That's right. He used to be the DNI. Yeah. Imminent. Yes, it's so imminent. Yeah, so that's because that's news. These guys keep changing their minds, but nobody ever calls them out on it. Please, sir. Mr. Carson, would you please call him out on that?
To Ranking Member Himes' point, let me read to you from the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment under your watch last year. Quote, Moscow's malign influence activities will continue for the foreseeable future and will almost certainly increase in sophistication and volume. Moscow probably believes information operations efforts to influence U.S. elections are advantageous, regardless of whether they affect election outcomes. By contrast, this year's threat assessment makes no mention of foreign threats to elections. Meanwhile, the IC has been publicly warning about foreign powers interfering in our elections for nearly a decade. So the omission is very striking. And to that point, sitting here today, I'm not aware of any intelligence products in the past year dedicated to foreign plans and intentions toward current and future U.S. elections. Director Gabbard, yes or no, ma'am, have you directed or been directed to stop or limit dissemination of intelligence reports or finish intelligence reporting concerning foreign plans and intentions about upcoming U.S. elections or foreign threats to the midterms?
No.
Director Patel, same question for the FBI, sir. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
Director Ratcliffe, same question for the CIA, sir. Yes or no?
No.
General Hartman, same question for NSA. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
General Adams, same question for the DIA. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, when you began your testimony, you stated that your remarks do not represent your personal beliefs. That's the first time I've heard that at a committee hearing. Why did you say that? Or is there anything in the threat assessment that you
Exactly,
personally
Sarah.
disagree with?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The reason I've said that is twofold. Number one is when I assumed this role as Director of National Intelligence through the confirmation process and beyond, many members of Congress rightly said your personal views and your politics in this role get checked at the door. And as Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility is to report the intelligence community's assessments objectively and to make sure that they are not politicized in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, there are those who, for one reason or another, have tried to mischaracterize the intelligence community's assessments and saying, well, this is just a political view, or trying to misdirect from what the intelligence community is reporting. So I took the opportunity to state that from the outset, that this is the intelligence.
No, actually, honey, we don't. Okay, we don't normally question if it's a intelligence community assessment. It's not really that we question it. You're questioning it, and so is Ratcliffe because he's destroying all these documents. But
community's assessments.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask this because this week there was a high-profile resignation of Director of National Counterterrorism Center. Now, I want to be clear from the outset. I've communicated directly with President Trump my support for Operation Epic Fury, and I was very not only disappointed, but how inappropriate this letter was. And I want to read a statement that and get your personal assessment, whether you agree or disagree with that. And that's this. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraq war. Now, I cannot say how much I disagree with that statement. Do you agree or disagree with what this letter was put out by former Director Kent?
He said a lot of things in that letter. Ultimately, we have provided the president with the intelligence assessments, and the president is elected by the American people and makes his own decisions based on the information that's available to him.
But do you agree with, does that statement he made, blaming Israel, concern you?
Yes.
My next question is, I want to touch on the rise of terrorist attacks on the homeland. In the month of March alone, there were multiple high-profile Islamic terrorist attacks. You had Temple Israel Synagogue in Michigan. You had in Texas, you had an ISIS-inspired attack where they threw an IED in New York City. What is your assessment as to the rise of Islamic terrorism on the homeland?
As you've pointed to, Congresswoman, this continues to be an extreme concern, not only because of the rise of these attacks.
Yields.
So rather than thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want to start with a question about Iran and discuss first how the war began. Secretary Rubio told us that Israel was going to strike Iran regardless, and that doing so would have triggered Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces already in the region. And Director Ratcliffe, you seem to affirm that in comments just a few moments ago. So rather than tell Israel to stand down, the president joined the war.
J-Rants.
The Congress and the American people still don't know what the president's actual goals are. And yet, we have lost 13 U.S. service members.
We kind of do, but they're bad goals.
But here's what we do know. The president has said that he wants a deal. He said Iran wants to make a deal and that he's not ready because, quote, the terms aren't good enough yet. Yet, they just killed Ali Larijani, the de facto leader of Iran, who, while not a friend of the United States, would have been the person to negotiate any agreement with. The president explicitly said that the United States did not strike Iran's energy infrastructure because, in his words, having to rebuild it, quote, would take years. Yet this morning, Israel struck the South Pars gas field, the world's largest natural gas reserve, triggering Iranian attacks on Qatari gas facilities. Oil prices are up 15% in the last 24 hours. In San Antonio, my hometown, where I represent, the cost of gas has gone up nearly 40% in 3 weeks. Last night, the president said that the United States knew nothing about the attack and called on Israel to stop similar attacks on energy. Israel denies this and says that the attack was cleared by the United States. So my question is, what does the intelligence community assess Israel's goals in this war to be? And are those goals aligned with the goals of the United States?
I'm thinking carefully here about what can be said in this open setting versus a closed setting.
Are the goals aligned?
The objectives that have been laid out by the president are different from the objectives that have been laid out by the Israeli government.
And how do they differ?
We can see through the operations that the Israeli government has been focused on disabling the Iranian leadership and taking out several members, obviously beginning with the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, and they continue to focus on that effort.
And how does that differ from our goals?
The president has stated that his objectives are to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launching capability, their ballistic missile production capability, and their Navy, the IRGC Navy and mine-laying capability.
So the death and destruction continues. The economic cost to the United States, to Israel, to the Gulf states, and to the world continues to increase. So I want to ask you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that.
And to what do you attribute Israel's decision to strike Iranian energy infrastructure, despite President Trump's call to keep those facilities off limits?
I don't have an answer for that.
So they ignored the president. Do you agree with that?
I'm not privy to any of their deliberations or what went into their calculus in launching this or other attacks. We are not involved with in the operational element of this. We're providing continuously on a daily basis the intelligence assessments of the events that are occurring. And
I guess I know the FBI can't because they're domestic, but can anybody else at the table provide any insight into that?
I guess I'm not sure what the question you're asking, Congressman Castro. I guess a couple of things. The goals that the president set out are clearly defined. The DNI related those. What was not included is a goal of the U.S.
Well, Director, let me start with this. Let me start with this question. You asked what my question is. Let me reclaim my time, Director. Come on. Do you know why Israel decided to strike that infrastructure despite the fact that the president said it should be off limits?
I wouldn't speak for Israel.
What do you guys know? What do you guys know?
We'll have to take that for the record.
Yes, let's take it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome the panelists here today. Today is March 19th. On April 19th, FISA goes dark. 702 goes dark. And It's been talked about many times, but up to 60% of the president's daily briefing is derived from FISA 702. And we look at the successes that we've had in protecting the homeland and also the conflicts the U.S. has been involved with, the flawless operation in Venezuela, Operation Fury in Iran, troop protection, the successes we've had on the battlefield in Ukraine, the recovery.
What now? You're saying that, what? We're helping Ukraine? Sir, we're standing in the way of Ukraine. Okay? We're helping Russia. Hi, Macaroni. We're helping Russia, sir. I know, LaHood. Why are you simping for a credibly accused child rapist? Let's just start there, okay? I've got a red line. I've got a red line for you, LaHood. Tulsi's political career is finished after serving for the administration. God, I hope so, okay? Because I thought she was done years ago. But she, like a bad penny, just keeps turning up. Now, she is an operative, and she is a Russian asset. So, there's that. She is a traitor to this country, and has been since time began. That's been her role. And she's fucking scary, and we don't want her. So, there's that. Anyway, LaHood is going to suck balls, and so I don't want to hear people suck balls. I don't have time for that. I get it. So,
agency and department to assess the views of Iranian leadership.
FISA 702 does expire on April, and that means they can't gather that information anymore, and that's going to be bad. Yeah, Tulsi Cruella DeVille. She's Tulsi DeVille. You better watch your toenails, 'cause then eat 'em she will. She's crazy, and she speaks like a robot. Tulsi DeVille. Yeah, she's a cunt.
Their policy beliefs and policy positions, correct?
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And the now leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment, yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons.
Well, then I think it
correct?
sounds promising.
Doesn't
it sound promising? I don't know. Hey, glass half full. Senator Crow, Representative Crow.
Testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khamenei, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program, or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
And that fatwa remained in place recently, correct?
As far as I know, it has not been lifted.
Yeah, you're aware of no information that would lift that fatwa.
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement. He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes. And so the decision-making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
So it's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership.
Yeah, so you're telling us that with all of this funding that you have, that you can't even tell us about the leadership structure of Iran? That you don't have an assessment of what would happen when you create a power vacuum like we did?
And their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
They think we're so stupid.
That's an accurate assessment.
Okay. One of your jobs is to create products assessing Iran and the threats it poses to the United States, correct?
Yes.
And that includes potential outcomes for military action, correct?
It includes potential outcomes of a variety of scenarios.
Like in the likelihood of those outcomes.
Yes.
Generally, when you make assessments about threats facing the United States, you will look at, in Iran, in any instance, the likely scenarios that have come out of military action, correct?
The intelligence community takes all of those factors into account when they create these assessments.
When you look at the threats posed by foreign countries, you also assess timelines to those threats, correct?
What do you mean by timelines?
Like a breakout time, for example, for nuclear weapons or the development of ballistic missiles.
Yes, based on the information available at any given time.
In the timeline also for potential terrorist attacks, correct?
Broadly, yes, assesses
it is
all
common
matters
practice
available
for the IC to assess the timeline of all threats. Nuclear weapons development, ballistic, right?
Yes.
Ballistic weapons development.
Based on the information available, yes.
Terrorist attacks.
Same applies.
Cyber attacks. Timelines for all of those, correct?
When there is information available that point to that, yes.
In likelihood, as well as the timeline, correct?
Based on the information available.
Timing is important, is it not?
It is an important factor that goes into the assessment.
So it is your position sitting here today that you made no timeline determination as to threats that Iran had facing the United States, correct?
That's a very broad statement, but where the information is available, the intelligence community factors that into their assessment products.
Did you or the IC make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
Did any of them show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days?
Thank you.
From
There's
Iran?
an Al Jazeera article
it's too
about
simplistic of a
Vahidi.
statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not
She
occurring.
doesn't. Her job
Did
is
those
to
assessments
obfuscate.
show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the United States?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat,
provided.
and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to expand on the questioning from my colleague, Mr. LaHood. Regarding FISA 702, obviously it is the imminent issue right before us. Will expire in a month. Unequivocally, the most critical national security tool our nation has to keep us safe from fentanyl, from foreign wars, and everything in between. Mainly to Director Ratcliffe, but any of you can answer this. One of the most perplexing debates that I've been subject to in my time here is this debate over what warrants are and when they're needed. In the 250-year history of this country, and going back to the very origins of law enforcement, we have always had a warrant requirement, on the collection of evidence. We have never had a warrant requirement on the querying of already lawfully collected data, which is why we don't require police officers to get warrants when they run license plates, querying off of already lawfully collected DOT data. It's why we don't require police officers to get a warrant to enter the evidence locker in their police precincts, which contains already lawfully collected data. It would literally shut down the system. And that's not a warrant requirement. That's a secondary warrant requirement. That's a warrant requirement on steroids. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, I know you've been subject to these questions as well. Is it just a confusion over the difference between the collection of evidence versus the querying of our already lawfully collected data? Is it a lack of understanding of what incidental collection is, which is a fundamental precept of law enforcement? But if we have a warrant requirement...
That's very interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to share an article about who that person is with everyone. The hat tip is for you bringing up his name. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, he will. So Macaroni says Ahmad Vahidi will stand trial in absentia this year in Argentina for the 1994 terrorist attack there. The courts just ruled the trial may move forward. Very interesting. Thank you for putting that on my radar. I did not have him on my radar. Thank you.
And on steroids, for now, the querying of already lawfully collected data, just by the numbers, that would require an expansion of the federal judiciary by a factor of 100. It would literally shut down our law enforcement apparatus at perhaps the most dangerous time in our nation's history. So, Director Radcliffe, or any of you, if you could just walk me through your analysis there.
Well, I'll start, Congressman. Thanks for the question. Again, thanks for highlighting this important issue. And as has been pointed out, reforms should be implemented where they're necessary. And I think, speaking for myself, and I know Director Patel supported the reforms from 2 years ago to make improvements, and they did. And so some reforms should be considered. A warrant isn't one of them. And with respect to the reforms that have been implemented, we're talking about, when we talk about Fourth Amendment rights and privacy concerns, we're at a 99.9% compliance rate with respect to that. So I would start by saying, why are you trying to fix what's not broken with something that I can tell you from this seat, the fix would not work. And I go back to my comment before. DNIs, CIA directors, FBI directors, the people that have been in all of these chairs before on a bipartisan basis agree that a warrant won't work and don't advocate for it. Again, Congressman, you're correct. This is lawfully collected information, and these things come at you very fast, and you have to make decisions very quickly, and sometimes in a matter of hours.
Wow.
You have to act on the information that you have lawfully, that has been lawfully collected to interdict drug shipments or terrorist activities, and a warrant requiring you to go to the court to seek probable cause for information that has already been lawfully collected only prevents that from happening. I don't understand. I understand that it's well-meaning for people that are proposing it, but again, I would defer to the people who sit in these chairs and make these decisions.
How about the people they're executed on? I don't know.
Anybody else want to comment on the warrant requirement?
So, Congressman, I'd love to comment. Thanks for the question.
Maybe they should get a
warrant. I do just want to
warrant.
add a couple of points. Agree with everything Director Radcliffe said. Not only is this already collected data on foreign personnel outside of the United States, but the data that is being queried has also
gave a speech on the House floor. Served together for a while. I may not have always agreed with your positions, but I respected the consistency of some of your positions. Director Gabbard, following the January 3rd, 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani, you gave a speech on the House floor 6 days later, on January 9th, 2020. In this speech that is currently in the congressional record and available for anyone to view, you stated, quote, President Trump has committed an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. A war that was so devastating, it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic. On February 28, 2026, the Trump administration, under which you are the president's principal intelligence advisor, launched an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. This war has already been costly and devastating. 13 American service members have lost their lives, including Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marsden from my home of Sacramento, California. And approximately 200 service members have been wounded. The Pentagon reported that the first 6 days of Operation Epic Fury cost $11.3 billion.
There you go. Thank you, Oomph. They were collecting all sorts of stuff a decade ago that they said they wouldn't run queries against without probable cause of appropriate authorization. Correct. There are also members of Hezbollah who will also stand trial. Very interesting. I wonder what the outcomes of that will be. Now they seem to say it was lawfully collected. Right. Interesting. Good morning, Sharon Brown, checking in from D.C. Oh, that's right. Have so much fun. I love middle schoolers. I think they're so fun. I know it used to be that when you worked in education or other things, that middle school was daunting, right? Middle school is very daunting age group, and, like they're going through so much, and it's just harder to wrangle those cats, right? But man, I just find middle schoolers adorable. I think they're so funny, and they're so like energetic, and they're so curious, and all kinds of shit's happening, and I just think it's a great time. So I always really enjoyed working with middle school groups and that. I just absolutely love them. I love them. So I hope they have a most wonderful time. Most wonderful time. Best kids in California didn't get to go to DC, at least not from my schools. Oh, Stephanie, I'm so sorry. The DC trips, I think, are so important when they're, that's such an well, I would say in other times it could be inspiring to serve and to do more for this country to make it a better place, but I don't know if that I would wish that on anyone's child right now. At the same time, I know there are brave people trying to hold the line. But yeah, that's very interesting. Our tour guide hates Trump. Fuck yeah. Well, that's something, I guess. They won't be radicalized on that
$2 billion
tour.
per day. That was the first 6 days, and now we're in the 19th day of this war. That's ballooned into a regional conflict, putting the lives of Americans and our allies throughout the Middle East in danger. Director Gabbard, do you still believe that strikes against Iran that don't have congressional authorization constitute an illegal and unconstitutional act of war?
Congressman, thank you for the question. The cost of war weighs very heavily upon me and my colleagues here, especially for those of us who have experienced and seen the cost of war firsthand.
Okay.
My own personal and political views, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked and required by Congress and by the President in this role as the Director of National Intelligence to check those views at the door to ensure that the intelligence assessments are not colored by my personal views.
That is the answer.
That's exactly
I'm sorry,
what
it was
I'm
not a
responsible
You still
well-formed
believe that
question.
war with Iran would be so costly and devastating that it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic?
Once again, in this role, it is essential that I do not allow any of my personal views on any issues to color or bias the intelligence reporting.
Although she's lying, because it's Tulsi. All right, she's a former cult member, ate the toenails of her cult leader, kind of, and a Russian asset. Tulsi's got a lot of baggage. So, yeah. But she actually, to me, is giving the same answer I would give, I think, in that position. I don't think I'd find myself in that position. I really can't imagine a world where that would happen, both ideologically first and then just appointed second. But I think that she is doing what is expected, which is I can't go into my personal views, whether they support or not support or whatever, whether I said that, felt that at the time. I can't comment on that. I need to stay focused on the job at hand. You know what I mean? That's the answer. So it's kind of a dumb question. Sorry.
That we deliver to you and to the President.
Director Gabbard, in this hearing 1 year ago, I asked some questions, and I'll paraphrase my exact question. It's like, we should keep politics out of this, even if the president disagrees with
I think she
a
was
directive,
always a little
if it
bit of a
goes against
fake,
his
though,
personal wishes,
Macaroni.
if
I
he's
think she was
considering
always
an
a
order
little
that
bit of
potentially
a.
is
If you look
unconstitutional
back,
or illegal or compromises our security.
she wasn't actually. She was playing leftist. She was a third position. So she's very not a good person. So, and speaking of people that know about Tulsi, Gal Suburban. I know. I mean, I don't mean to shut that down. Forgive me, Macaroni. I didn't mean to be so shut it down. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, because that is definitely where she was, anti-war and very, very vocal about those things. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that she still would have the moniker and things of progressive, but her actions also have just belied a more nefarious goal for this country, and her relationships are questionable. Did you see the coloring page I made the lounge? No, I didn't go to Signal. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, guys. I'll put this, I'm going to put this. Oops. Hold on. Gal made a picture for us. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. How do I go on and wait, how do I go on and stop Discord? Wait, what does that mean? Let's see. What am I calling this? What the fuck? Oh, coloring. Oops. Oh man, I'm not typing. Yeah. So, zoom, zoomity, zoom, zoom. I have someone else's. Oh my God, where is that download? I hate my computer. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I just downloaded it. Why does it not do that? Okay. All right. Now, hold on. I'm so sorry. Excuse me, everybody. It always makes it really big and doesn't let me. I'll post this in the Discord, and people can download it and color it to calm your nerves. Gal made this for the lounge. Media literacy. Hi. I'm Bulby. I'm your media literacy friend. Look at me, I'm holding 2 windmills. Media literacy. I don't know, Bulby might not be the right name. Yeah. Come to the cord. Yes. Stephanie, please, how do I get on Discord? I am going to go ahead and link that page while we listen to more of this. Thank you, gal. I love that. Bulby. And I'm holding 2 windmills. I'm holding 2 windmills because it bothers the president. Get smarter with Bulby. Bulby will turn on the lights in that dark brain of yours. I fucking love that. I fucking love it. I love us so much. We're so funny.
I want your word that we will.
I love you, gal.
You will always provide
you.
and give the honest advice to the president, even if it will make him angry. I asked you that question. I'm going to read your answer. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the president of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people. Director Gabbard, there is no imminent threat of nuclear breakout. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I have delivered the intelligence community's assessments to the president.
There was no imminent nuclear threat to the United States. There was no evidence of imminence.
There was no imminent
Iran
threat, period.
Was going to attack American assets.
Or
that
pinwheels.
Was different from anything they've done over 4 decades. That was going to attack our homeland. There was no imminent threat. Imminent is defined in the dictionary as something that is about to happen. Not something that's been happening for 4 decades, not something that is going to happen 3 months from now, not something that's going to happen a year from now. Imminent said this is about to happen. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I delivered the intelligence community's objective analysis of the threats, the severity of those threats, and the scope, along with assessments of the different scenarios and contexts that exist within the Middle East.
The president owes it to the American people to go on television, to explain to the American people, to the service members who have died in action serving our country, why we are at war with Iran. He needs to go on television and explain that directly to the American people, what the imminent threat was.
So
Gentleman's time has expired. I would advise members that a vote has been called. It's a single vote. And if members want to shuttle back and forth so we can maintain the continuity of the hearing, we'll do that. So if you start to...
I listened and the other things that are going on, and I want to bring your attention. This was in March 25th of 2024. An unsuspecting Uber driver named Lalitha Tulanda Hall drove to a house near Columbus, Ohio to pick up a package. She had no idea that the 81-year-old man who lived there had just received a series of phone calls from scammers who had threatened to kill him if he did not give the woman coming to us. Thank you all for your service.
Gentleman's time's expired. Now recognize Mr. Gottheimer.
Sorry, I just don't
Thank
have
you,
any
Ma.
patience.
Thank you very
for
much, Mr.
stupid
Chairman.
questions.
If I can start by talking about something I was disappointed in from the administration about comments made by members of the administration that Israel drew the United States into conflict with Iran, seeming to buy conspiracy theories that scapegoat Israel, while dismissing that Iran poses a persistent threat to America and our service members and diplomats in the region. While the president then clarified this is not the case and that America entered into a joint operations with our ally under our own accord, many still seem confused about what precipitated this conflict and the threat Iran posed to us directly. So if I could ask Director Radcliffe just a couple questions, yes or no, if that's okay with you. Is the Iranian regime committed to America's destruction, in your opinion?
Yes.
All right. Okay, Mr. APAC. I can't. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that today. No blood for oil. That's period. Full stop.
Where the investigation of AHI is
no.
and has been.
It's Ronnie Ambien Jackson. Dr. Jackson, if you're nasty and you've got pills. Oh my God. Ambien and whiskey. Together again. What the fuck was that? Oh my God. All right, I've got to look up that other guy. Radical. Oh wait, I got to take a picture of that. I'm sorry. I think that's funny. That's perfect for my paper dolls. Okay.
Department of Homeland Security.
As I highlighted earlier, Congressman, the FBI works hand in glove with the Department of Homeland Security and our 59 established Homeland.
Wagner or Africa Corps has made it very difficult for us to develop those relationships and get those agreements so that we can continue to, make sure that we're not. This is not.
Okay. Let me tell you what he just said because I can guess. I can guess what he said. He talked about Wagner and in Africa and other places, right? Yeah, the Candyman, the Candyman can. Did he wear the green suit? Oh, I don't know. Gosh, no. I didn't see Jackson. I haven't seen him for a minute. He looks like he might have cleaned up a little bit. Actually, he's looking a little old. Anyway, what he's talking about is the fact that Eric Prince is over in the DRC and has been for quite some time trying to extract the minerals that are there, which it's one of the largest, what is it the largest of? Not copper, coltan or something. Anyway, yeah, I have a story about that I'd like to read to you about Africa's minerals and the extortion that we're doing to the world. Thank you, Mar-a-Lago Accord. You heard it here on the Lolo's Lounge, Wake and Bake with Lolo. So yeah, he's talking about that because basically we have become pirates. Okay, not the good kind, not the fun kind. Not the woo, arr, No, we're the bad pirates. Okay, we're the pirates that go from country to country. Yeah, they have copper. Maybe it's 70% of the world's copper. I don't know. I had a chart somewhere. I'll find it before I just make up stuff. I don't want to make up stuff. But DRC is very important in terms of minerals. Let's put it that way, okay? And so it's a hi, Badge. It's very important in terms of minerals. And so we are the pirates that are going from country to country, extorting them. Cobalt. Well, let me pull it up. Well, no, I won't. Anyway, point is that we know what's happening, and we know in terms of what this regime is trying to do. There is no partnership. That we withdrew the aid, and now we're just strong-arming them. That's it. I know. When is it 11 o'clock? Yeah. So, give me a break.
I'm being brought home to the homeland. Is that correct?
That is a factor of many.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. My question is basically starting with some HR questions, and they're first for Director Patel. If you could help me a little bit understand, I come out of the military family as well, but I don't know very much about the FBI's HR process or the growing up of an FBI expert. Could you help me understand how long it takes for a senior counterintelligence expert, especially one maybe focused on a very narrow threat, to be developed? How many years, I guess, would be my question.
Thank you, Congresswoman. That varies. Sometimes right out of Quantico, new agent trainees are placed on the counterintelligence mission set, and some people come in from the fraud section, so the answer varies. It could take a couple months to a couple years.
And the next question is, when a person comes up in your system in the military, it was always the needs of the Navy or the needs of the Air Force. It was never the needs of the airman or the soldier or the sailor, in terms of prioritizing our readiness, in terms of making sure that we met the mission. Is the FBI similar?
It is similar, ma'am. It's a dynamic threat landscape, so we flux and surge based on the CI, CT, cyber threats, and other threats to the homeland, and violent crime mission has seen a surge as well.
So my specific question is that there was a report that came out in February from CNN that the FBI had let go or fired dozens of agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring Iran. And apparently the reason, at least reported in the press, was that these individuals had been involved in the investigation of classified document handling from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and that this was the reason why they were summarily let go. First of all, are you aware of those firings, and do you concur with the rationale or reason for those firings?
I'm aware of that, and I know there's a pendency of litigation, so I'm not able to comment on them.
Did you yourself order those firings?
The FBI, every time there is someone who violates their code of conduct or ethical standard, conducts an internal investigation with the careers there, and they present a decision point to me. The Iranian Threat Mission Center has seen an increase of 43% in arrests for Iranian spy actors. So the Iranian Threat Mission Center has never been stronger.
So I'm not asking about, I'm asking about whether those people were fired because they were involved in the investigation of the document handling by President Trump, not for any behavior issues. Is that your understanding as well?
Again, ma'am, I can't comment on them because those are in pending litigation.
I guess I'm a little stymied here, Director, because it feels as though literally when there was a possible pending war, I'm outside of this intelligence circle in many ways, even though I serve on the Intelligence Committee. You collectively must have been aware when these firings happened that there was a meaningful chance that the U.S. might be engaged with a war in Iran. And having these very expert, super qualified folks summarily dismissed at this time, it just feels like an odd choice in timing. Were you aware at the time that this was going down, that this may end up
we talked
weakening
about that
the
when
mission
we
and the
invaded
readiness of that
Venezuela.
group?
Yes.
The mission, as I stated, has never been
triad.
stronger when you see a 43% increase in counterintelligence arrests and 21% increase in cyber arrests against the Iranian Threat Mission Center. My focus is on providing the American people the strongest FBI as possible. I don't work on timelines. I work on evidence that's presented to me.
I guess my concern is that it feels as though, and I very much honor the tone and tenor of this hearing, that this is about making sure that that we depoliticize what is the most important thing that we all do, which is keep us safe. And it feels as though this issue is a political issue, and I just am worried that we are taking really good, really qualified people and picking fights with one another across party lines, rather than making sure that we protect ourselves and keep ourselves safe. With the remainder of my time, Director Gabbard, I have a question regarding the fact that the Secretary of the Treasury loosened restrictions this week on Russian oil exports, and now the Russians are able to sell oil again. Did the IC assess that clearing the way for increased Russian oil sales would benefit Moscow, possibly?
I don't believe there's been a formal IC assessment on this topic yet, as it is underway.
So I would highly encourage that, because it feels as though by easing these sanctions, we are directly providing
Okay, so she's telling us that there was no intelligence reporting provided specifically to lifting of sanctions under any circumstances with Russia? Are you kidding me? There's not intelligence about the Russian industries? Really? Is that really it? Is that really where we're at right now? That's what you're telling us? What the hell? I can't believe the laissez-faire with which some people approach this.
Providing the Kremlin with revenue.
Jesus.
The revenue that will be used directly to kill Ukrainian soldiers.
This is so embarrassing.
And an increased likelihood that Putin will be successful in his war with Ukraine. I thank you for your time, and I yield.
Ms. Wagner.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being with us today. As we sit here in Washington, our armed forces and our intelligence assets are engaged in conflict with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran. A radical, ruthless, and murderous regime that has killed and maimed thousands of United States troops and citizens over the past 50 years. CIA Director.
From the vast amounts of open source
that require.
We're good. All right, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get right into it. Director Gabbard, last year you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context matters with that statement.
Yes or no?
Iran had all of the materials and capabilities to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not.
It is a serious question that requires the totality
Director Gabbard,
of the information
I reclaim my
available.
time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump was asked about your testimony, he said you were wrong. Were you lying or not?
I stand by the intelligence community's
With that,
complete assessment.
Director Ratcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last spring in Congress, and so the Supreme Leader has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. Do you agree with what she said or not? Yes or no?
The director's right here. She can speak for herself.
Oh, so I thought this was an intelligence community briefing. Let's move on. Trump also said he didn't care what you thought or said. Should he care about what you have to say when it comes to intelligence?
I continue to provide the president with the intelligence community's assessments on all matters.
So let me just kind of get this straight. The department, you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last year. President Trump said he didn't care what you thought, and you were wrong. They engaged in Operation Midnight Hammer. He then says it was obliterated. We hear later reports that in open source reporting that it was only set back by a few months. Then at the beginning of this war, he said that they were weeks away. I just want to kind of get a sense of, were they weeks away of achieving a nuclear weapon? Yes or no?
Congressman, this is a serious matter, and you've made some very serious mischaracterizations
yes
here.
Or no? Were they weeks
and so
away?
It would be
yes
a disservice to you and the American people to answer this question
my time,
with a mere yes or no.
Reclaiming my time. Were they weeks away or not? The American people need to know if this was an imminent threat or not. If they're weeks away or not. If they're months away or not. None of this dodging. Were they an imminent threat? Yesterday you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the President of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the President is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
the president's commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, well, the intelligence...
Reclaim my time.
The intelligence...
reclaim my time.
Intelligence community has provided a body of intelligence that supports
the reason why
the decision
is that if the president can determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own, no matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically saying. Okay, let's go on. Director Gabbard, you said that North Korea has intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the homeland. Yet, the Defense Department said that Iran was at least 10 years away from achieving an intercontinental ballistic missile that can reach the homeland. Which one is a more serious threat, North Korea or Iran?
I'm not right, Live. Badger.
These
Sorry,
threats are taken
earlier.
within the context of the in total body of intelligence reporting.
So that's it should be.
It's true.
And that's my point. It's not just about having the capability of building a weapon. It's if they can actually deliver that weapon. If they can, they have the intention of doing that. How many weeks away are they? We haven't heard that there were weeks away. We haven't heard that there are months away. But that's what we're waiting for. Imminent, to me, means is that they're mobilizing troops. They're moving things into position, artillery. They're getting ready to attack. But everything that we've heard is that this is not the case.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here and for the work you do. It's a marvel that just 1 year of strong leadership from the White House has shifted the conversation in this room from that of appeasement and passivity from the Biden administration to that of American strength brought about by the doctrine in Venezuela and Operation Epic Fury in Iran. And it's not lost on...
Have full-time personnel.
Point, but working across government and certainly working across private industry. And we're both dedicated and resourced to doing that, Congressman.
Thank you for what you do. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you. Lightning round, please. General, I understand tomorrow is your last day before retirement.
Yes, Congressman.
I can think of better ways to finish things for you, but we appreciate your being here. I want to respectfully ask you and each of you, if you have full-time personnel dedicated to analyzing and collecting foreign threats on the 2026 elections, and if so, just yes or no, and how many personnel we have.
Congressman, I'll get you the exact number, but certainly we have people paying attention to those threats.
Thank you.
Congressman, yes, we have an election crimes coordinator in each one of our 56 field offices and election crimes coordinators at headquarters.
Thank you.
Yes, we have personnel dedicated both to election security as well as foreign intelligence related to election.
Election crime coordinator? What? You are the election crime. Oh my God. You know what? I don't know what happens to your insides when you live a lie. Like when you totally live that lie like Cash is doing right now. Oh my gosh.
Influence.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, we do as well. I don't know the numbers, but what we do collect, then we contribute to the larger IC coordination.
Thank you.
Representative Quigley, we do not, to my knowledge, have anyone at DIA on that topic.
A question again for all of you. Well, first, Director Gabbard, you've seen the reports about whether or not Russia has helped Iran in targeting in the current war in Iran. Can you confirm that, or is that something we're going to save for a closed session?
We'll save that for the closed session, sir.
But within that context, on CNBC, Steve Witkoff said on a recent call with President Trump, Russian leaders deny they were sharing this targeting information, shock, surprise, all that they would do that about U.S. military assets with the Iranians. Mr. Witkoff said, so you know, quote, we can take them at their word. Let's hope they're not doing this. just from your own sense, and for many of you who have been fighting in the Cold War for a long time, a long lost sense of a Reagan doctrine, just general, it is your sense that you can take Putin at his word on anything involving military, diplomatic, or intel assessments?
Hey, Congressman, from an intelligence standpoint, we don't take anyone at their word. From a foreign standpoint, we execute intelligence operations to provide that information to decision makers.
I appreciate that. Mr. Patel, Director.
I agree with the General.
Yes, I agree. We don't take anyone at their word. And from an intelligence standpoint, we don't rely on single sources of intelligence and always look for multiple sources to confirm.
Director.
Yeah, Congressman, I actually answered this question yesterday. I don't take Putin, Xi, Kim Jong-un, Supreme Leader, any foreign adversary leader at their word. Rely on our intelligence to reflect what those adversaries are actually doing.
General.
We absolutely do not take any of those enemies at their word.
Can I get a hallelujah? Ms. Gabbard, I understand that you have to put your own personal views aside in your position, but I honestly think that the issue our grandchildren are going to be most upset about us with is climate change. So, you know your quote, and when you talked about climate change as a member, it threatens the safety and security of the planet, especially in places like Hawaii, where we are already experiencing its devastating effects. But respectfully, it's not in worldwide threats. Used to be in worldwide threats. So just help me understand, who makes the final decision on what goes in here and what is a threat?
Congressman, it's a collection of the intelligence community's assessments that the National Intelligence Council and our experts there work on.
But who
this
decides?
year, we've structured the annual threat assessment around the President's national security strategy to address the most tangible and direct threats to our security and our interests.
I get that part. Did you make the case that maybe climate change should be considered a worldwide threat when we are this collective process? Did you make the case with what you said not that long ago?
Yeah, once again, we focused on the most tangible and direct threats, given the complexity of those threats that exist here and on the homeland and around the world.
So that's stating that that climate change isn't in any way a tangible threat now or in the future. It's basically saying we think so little of it as a threat, we don't even mention it.
I think the changing of the climate, the weather, the environment is a factor that goes into the different intelligence community assessments on effects.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Tenney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much.
So see how easy it is, kids? You too can forfeit all your closely held principles and values if you get compromised by foreign adversaries. You too can eat toenails if you decide that it makes sense. Hi, Esmeralda. How are you, darling? So, yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. The answer is, I mean, y'all know what the answer is. The answer is that climate change as a factor for anything was, along with diversity, equity, inclusion, and LGBTQ rights, and immigrant rights, and human rights, and access to medical care, and other things. Oops, I kind of got lost in the sauce. All of those things are prohibited from being acted on or being gathered or being understood, because that's part of this regime's attempt to break the country so that we have no regulations on industry, so no environmental concerns. Nobody gives a shit about that. We've read about that. No regulations, no taxes. They've already taken a huge step in that direction, helping corporations get incredibly huge tax breaks while increasing taxes actually on Americans, on regular people like us, because we're now paying tariff prices. And we pay taxes. So you pay income taxes, sales tax, and the tariff tax. That's right. Aren't you winning? Do you feel like you're winning yet? Is this what you voted for? Well, strap in, because it's about to get better for you since you voted for this. You know, so like it is by design that those things cannot be factored in because they go against the fucked up values or lack of values from this regime. Because the point isn't even for some of the Christian nationalists, yeah, sure, they want church in schools, they want no public schools, they got that. They're pretty happy. They have very little women's health happening. They've got, a kind of demise of education and all that. They're pretty happy with their outcomes. So that from an ideological standpoint, yeah, you still got those white nationalist Christians. But the rest of these people, they don't give a flying fuck about anything ideological. It is pure unadulterated greed. And they're led by someone who really wants to stay out of prison. Because the closest he's got to accountability over his miserable life has been the last 10 years, where he has been under more scrutiny legally than he has ever been in his life. And that's saying something, because he's been in court pretty much on a consistent basis. But I think the realization for him personally is that if he loses anything, he is going to prison for the rest of his life. And that, I think, scares the ever-loving motherfuck out of him. Yeah, the Christian is kind of in quotations. Too bad he can't just sue Iran. Exactly. If he could sue other countries, this would be a little bit less deadly. Maybe. Anyway, so that's what this is, okay? So there's not this ideological bent per se that's driving this regime. They're not ideologues. They want to break the system so that it works for people and they don't have to have accountability or taxes or regulation or consequences. They don't want consequences. This is the Epstein class, right? So I mean, disinformation, people. I'm telling you right now, media literacy is really fucking important, and we're not doing fuck all about disinformation in this country. We have no spine when it comes to disinformation in this country. And with media purchases and all the bullshit happening in that world, fuck it, man. There's, go for independent sources. Focus on NPR. Come here. Hopefully we do some good media literacy. We try to do some deeper dives. Status Quo is really coming up in the ranks in terms of their reporting. I'm really happy to see them out there. Look for the sources that you have experience with, that you trust, that have been, more objective in their reporting. Because the corporate reporting is not going to serve us right now. It's just not. I mean, there's some pockets of great journalism, don't get me wrong, but it's not like it was when I grew up, which I feel like we had a little more hard-hitting, not hard-hitting hard-hitting investigative journalism that was, man, we fucking, the Watergate thing, that was captivating. People were captivated. And I was 10 years old and I knew exactly what was going on. Like, I mean, it was a big fucking deal. It was on TV all the time. All the hearings. It was like fucking, like a film festival. The Gray Zone. So there are some, actually the Gray Zone, what's the Gray Zone again? Wait. Something about them kind of reminds me of something, but maybe I might be misremembering because I have no brain whatsoever. An independent news. I know I've referred to some articles from them. I just have to remember what my experience was. I highly recommend Stephen Colbert's interview with Edward Norton from last night. It's longish, but it's everything he performs, part of a Walt Whitman poem at the end. Oh, it was exceptional. Oh, the gray zone is Russian propaganda. I knew I had heard something about that. Sorry. Gudmund comes from Iceland, gal. So Gudmund, what you've stumbled onto too is a group of people that have been researching different networks and other things throughout the years, and some really good. And so yeah, there's some question about gray zone as a source, but yeah, understood. That's kind of what we do here, is try and kind of like get through some of the noise, but understood. And we all have different sites that we kind of follow. So filter your news, think about perspective, and think about what's in it for anybody that is reporting. And that's what we're in America. We have a real issue with getting fact-based reporting and any pushback, because the White House has curated what their press exposure is. This White House has completely decimated the press corps, which needs help all the time anyway. So yeah, it's really bad. So yeah, but anyway, Jim Nalgren says Corey Lewandowski was just busted for demanding payments from private prison contractors. Really? The creator of, here we go. The creator of Gray Zone was at the 10-year anniversary of RT with Putin and Mike Flynn. The owner of the publication sat with Flynn. So this group also, Gudmund, really knows the kind of insurgency network within the United States. Let me put it that way. And one of the key players, among many, frankly, is Mike Flynn. And so there's some pretty well-documented evidence that Mike Flynn is a compromised individual. Let's just put it that way. Facts and evidence. But anyway, let's go ahead. Actually, I kind of want to switch. I know this is fascinating, but I kind of want to switch to something else. And I'm waiting for, there's supposed to be a meeting with Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi. So I kind of want to try and catch some of that, although I'm sure it's bound to be frustrating, because it usually is. And then I have a ton of articles that I need to read to you. And actually, maybe I'll start with that. Let's see. Do I want... Let's see. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Okay. One of Russia's main active measures is pushing an anti-war narrative. Yes, that's true. That undermines democracy and creates division in the population. Yeah, and that's kind of where, here's the thing we're going to talk about with Joe Kent, right? Joe Kent is not a hero. Joe Kent is not a hero. Now, Joe Kent definitely is anti-war. Like, his wife was killed in Iraq. I think they were both serving. I don't know if they were serving at the same time. So he has a very, very traumatic and sad story that has, I believe, radicalized him. And he's become a real tool of this part of MAGA, or America First. And so Joe is very America First. Joe is Matt Gaetz, right? Matt Gaetz was his big friend. Joe is Tucker Carlson. Joe is Candace Owens. Joe is kind of like he's the insurgent of the insurgency, right? There's two layers of insurgency. There's the insurgency we're experiencing now, which is this regime. And then there's the insurgency that we have. Oh, she was in Syria. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Tulsi. Oh, sorry. So anyway, yeah, that it's the level of insurgency. And let me see if I can pull up. How do I do this? Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, first of all, I have a little video that I would like to share with you. Hold on. I'm going to try and do this without it. Hold on. Stop. Okay. A couple of years ago, I made a little video after Matt Gates's little journey, you know, kind of the ethics report. And so I made a little video about it. And I didn't realize how prophetic. Oh, he's also Nick Fuentes. I don't know if he's Nick Fuentes. I think they try to avoid Nick a little bit. They're trying to whitewash. Well, they're trying to clean up Nick's image a little bit because they, you know. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure yet if Nick has completely been embraced, because sometimes Nick still says stuff that they find even they can't sell. You know what I'm saying? But they're definitely trying. They're trying really hard to get Nick to conform to what they want, because they do agree with Nick. Okay? Don't get me wrong. They agree with Nick. They do not like the Jews, right? They're very anti-Semitic. They're very America first. They're very white, the Great Replacement theory. You know, they're very concerned with that. They, well, Tucker loves Russia, so I don't know about that, but I don't know about that. So yeah, there's a, that's why Joe Kent, this is the beginning of my Joe Kent thing, because Joe Kent, and I'm not the one like researching it, so I can't take credit for this, but the Gal Suburban who's in the chat, other people in the chat, Teresa, Jay Rance, Tina, a lot of people in this chat have been looking and following Joe Kent. I followed him since Matt Gaetz took him on a tour when he was running for stuff back in 2021. And I think that's when I encountered Joe Kent. And he's a true believer, but I think they're using him in this role to remove, you know, where he stepped back from, and they are anti-war, but it's because they're anti-war for kind of interesting reasons. Because again, it comes down to no accountability. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm babbling. Let's watch this very little video that I made many years ago, which it's one of my favorites. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I'm overhyping this video, but I love this one.
Times ran a story saying that Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz is under federal investigation for playing some role in sex trafficking and potentially having a relationship with a 17-year-old girl. There are very few details in major news outlets tonight about this story. We have no background on it all, and not even any very informed questions. Instead, we've invited Congressman Gaetz on the show to respond to these stories and give us his view of them. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman. I'm not the only person on screen right now who's been falsely accused of a terrible sex act. You were accused of something that you did not do, and so you know what this feels like. You know the pain it can bring to your family, and you know how it just puts people on defense when you're accused of something so salacious and awful. But it did not happen.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping.
You just referred to a mentally ill viewer who accused me of a sex crime 20 years ago. And of course, it was not true. I'd never met the person. But I do agree with you that being accused falsely is one of the worst things that can happen.
Obviously, I don't need a pardon. I'm not seeking a pardon. I have not done anything improper or wrong.
Let's go back to the investigation. You say that it was that it was or is underway. There was an investigation. What is the basis of that investigation? What is the allegation? That's really not very clear from these news stories.
Yeah, again, I only know what I've read in the New York Times. I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine. You'll remember her. And she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble. And so,
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But I would like to know who. So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl who you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who are they? Who is this girl? What are they talking about, the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
And records will bear that out to be false. And records will bear that out to be false.
And records will bear that out to be false.
I am innocent, and that the whole concept of sex charges against me was really just a way to try to bleed my family out of money and probably smear my name, because I am a well-known, outspoken conservative, and I guess that's out of style in a lot of parts of the country right now.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
That was one of the weirdest interviews I've ever conducted.
I'm telling you, I don't know what I was on when I did that, but it was good, and I'm proud of it. I'm definitely going to push that video because, yeah, well, there was a little bit of Botox, Mac. Okay, he had a little bit of Botox. Okay, it may not have been like 2024 Botox, which I have. Wait, where is he? But yeah, no, it was definitely a Botox moment. It was just at the early stages, because I used to, when I was on Twitter, I used to troll him with the fact that Ginger Lucky, his wife, Ginger Gates, would fat shame him all the time. Literally, she fat shamed him over and over again on Twitter. You can go back and check her fucking timeline. She did it, and I would be there every time to share that with him, saying, why is your wife fat shaming you? Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm here all week. I mean, I'm literally here all week, like probably sitting here. Okay. Anyway, but Joe Kent. Joe. Well, let me tell you, we know Joe. This is Gal Suburban, a.k.a. 5GW Hot Takes. No misunderstanding in my circle. We know who Joe Kent is and who's behind him and how dangerous he is. Wait, Karen, what happened? Was Tucker accused by someone connected to someplace in New Mexico or Vegas? I don't remember, Jane, actually. I don't know if I ever really looked into it after that. I probably did, but I don't recall what it was. But yeah, I love that interview. When I saw that interview, I'm like, oh my God, this is like one of those kind of unrehearsed moments in live television that I must capture and put to Simon and Garfunkel. Okay, here we go. Oh, the Republican, you can't really see this. I'm so sorry. I'll read it to you, though. Whoa, Nelly. Stop it. What are we doing? Are they not having that? Oh, I see. It's trying to go live. Okay. All right. Peter Thiel funded Senate Republican politicians that Peter Thiel is backing. Let's see. Senate, Ted Budd, Ted Cruz, Blake Masters, Eric Schmidt, J.D. Vance, and then Joe Kent. Oh, whoops, hold on. Hold on to your love. You've got to hold on, and don't let go.
Great to have you.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you, and we have a very special person. Just won a tremendous election in a record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. And I was very proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I felt she was really good. I thought she did a fantastic job. I respect her a lot, so I gave her an endorsement. And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan, won by the most ever. So we have a very popular, powerful woman, and she's a
Suck
great
on
woman.
that,
We
samurai
have
leaders.
A very fine relationship,
Hello.
and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
皆様ありがとうございます。本日は非常に特別な方にいらしていただいております。歴史的な選挙の圧勝ということで、私と共通するものがあると思います。私たちは素晴らしい絆を持っておりまして、だからこそ私の方からも応援のメッセージを出させていただきました。素晴らしい人であり、私も心から尊敬している方です。日本の歴史上最も素晴らしい選挙で圧勝したということで、人気の高い女性であり、すごい方だと私も思っております。本日に関しては貿易その他の課題について多く話をする予定です。
Thank you, Donald, for inviting me to the White House today.
Thank you.
So, my visit is timely. So, given the current situation,
it wouldn't.
So,
Oh, please, yes,
okay.
absolutely. You have a very good interpreter.
Yeah.
Who I've known for,
Your friend.
who I've known
Your
for a long
friend.
time.
I know,
with
I know.
Shinzo,
He's your
right?
friend. 今中東情勢も含めて、それから世界中の安全保障環境が非常に厳しい状況にあります。
Right now, situations in the Middle East and also the entire world, we are actually experiencing a very severe security environment.
そして世界経済もかなり厳しい影響を受けつつあります。
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
でも私は世界の繁栄とそして平和に貢献できる世界中に平和と繁栄をもたらせるのはドナルドだけだと思っています。
But even against that backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace across the world.
そのために私は諸外国に働きかけてしっかりと応援をしたいと思っています。
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together.
今日私はそれを伝えに来ました。
So today I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you.
そしてイランに関しては核兵器の開発、これは許されてはならないことですから日本も働きかけをしてきました。
And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's development of nuclear weapons must never be allowed. And that is why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to other partners in the world.
そして我が国は周辺国に対する攻撃、ホルムズ海峡の実質的な閉鎖についてもこれは非難をし、そして茂木外務大臣からもイランの外務大臣に対してそれをやめるように申し入れをしてきました。
In addition, Japan condemns Iran's actions such as attacking the neighboring region and also the de facto or effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a matter of fact, my fellow minister, Minister Motegi, Foreign Minister Motegi, also had the direct exchange with the Iranian foreign minister and urged Iran to stop such activities.
You'll let me know. You'll let me know.
それでとにかく今 中東だけじゃなくてインド太平洋の安全保障環境も大変厳しい中にあります。そんな中でドナルドが日本に深い信頼を寄せてくれて、で揺るぎない同盟にコミットメントしてくれていることに感謝をいたしております。
And also the security environment in the Indo-Pacific region is also becoming increasingly severe. Donald, you have shown deep trust in Japan and also the unwavering commitment to the Japan-US alliance. Once again, thank you very much for that.
今日は日本とアメリカが共に強く豊かになっていくための話し合いをしたいと思っています。
And today, I look forward to having a discussion on how we can cooperate to make our two nations, both Japan and the United States, stronger and more prosperous.
それから世界のエネルギーマーケットを落ち着かせるための提案も持ってまいりました。
And I also brought specific proposals to calm down the global energy market.
この後主に、経済安全保障、重要鉱物ですとかエネルギーに関する協力、そしてお互いに強い経済を作るための、成長のための話し合い、経済成長のための話し合いをしたいと思っています。Thank you, Donald.
Yep,
so today, I really look forward to having our discussion, particularly focusing on our collaboration in economic security in the important areas such as energy and rare earth minerals. And also, I look forward to discussing with you how we can make our two economies stronger moving forward. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and you're doing a great job. Again, congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan. That's not bad. That's a pretty long history. That's
I think there's makeup
a large nation with a really with a great
blood clot.
A great reputation, but it's a tremendous victory. Congratulations to everybody.
Resolved.
Very proud of you. Very proud of you. We
become
friends, and I'm very proud of the job you've done. It's not easy. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Well, we're going to be speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から平井邸などの支援に関して、その点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか?
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything, and I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
非常に日本の方から素晴らしい支援を受けていると思います。おとといのコメントから、日本からはそれに対して非常に力強いメッセージを得ていると私は思っています。
Unlike NATO.
NATO とは全く違いますね。
He is not happy having to wait for a translator.
And do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the place.
Do you not know what's happening right now, sir?
Well. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000, and we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50, and we did that in 1 year. So it was all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to, I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion. When it's completed.
He thought it was going to go up more. We're so lucky that it didn't.
We're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does. Just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, if I do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated their just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. And we've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But I would say we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that no other president had the courage to do. And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do it. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay.
Mr. President.
I think she's going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? Do you understand? It's very good. I tell you. It's so nice that we don't have to sit. No, it's very good. I haven't picked up your language, so the next time you come, I'll have your language mastered. All right, go ahead.
The war is almost over. Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world.
No, they're asking for money for Iran. They asked for the $200 billion for Iran. He's just lying. He's just lying. The other thing was a lie. This is a lie. He never thought any of this would happen, or he did know it would happen, and he doesn't care. I'm sure that someone somewhere along the line said, Iran's going to hit your bases, and there's a big chance that the Hormuz Strait, the Strait of Hormuz, or the Hormone Straits, whatever you want to call them, that's what he calls them. See? All of those things that the outcomes that are happening now, I'm sure along the line someone told him that these things would happen, and he does not care. Bibi does not care. Saudi Arabia does not care. Right? So whether, someone in this regime made the call to do this, or it was partners who said, you better do this or I'm going to release all the Epstein tapes. You know what I mean? I don't know. But my point is that this definitely is not something that he is going to admit that was negative. Yeah. Why is it called the Strait when there's a crook in it? This happens when you allow the Biden administration to name things. That's right. We're going to call it the Crooked Strait. Wait, no. The Crooked of Hormuz. That's right. Damn it. An elbow. We're going to call it the Elbow of Hormuz. Sorry.
The power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but
so
we are being very judicious.
So why aren't you?
Don't forget, Biden gave.
So why aren't you? If you can end it now and make it over faster for the people, Oh, sorry. Yeah, elbow. I'm so sorry. That's right. We'll call it a dog leg. How about that? Dog leg of Hormuz. Sorry about that. What? If you could stop it in 2 minutes, why wouldn't you? So that you can get what you need to do. You know, like do for the people. America first. Remember that? That was what you were screaming.
Away. I rebuilt the military in my first term.
No, he didn't.
Biden gave away so stupidly to Afghanistan to move it.
He didn't. No,
But
he didn't.
it was a very small amount. It was a lot, but it was very small relative to what I purchased and what I built. We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine.
Macaroni's
they gave so
nickname
much.
is Elbow.
You know, Biden gave
They didn't want it
$350 billion
associated with
worth
this
of
one.
cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you'd call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it.
I remember funds.
But we're building. Our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never done before.
Here's another thing. He said this yesterday too, right? About the munitions. Because raised concerns that we don't have enough munitions to do a protracted war with Iran. That was reported before this, or as this was starting, right? That his military had actually advised him that they do not have the munitions to do a protracted engagement with anyone and in Iran, okay? So, that's something that he knew was going to happen. Oops, sorry, I got distracted. Sorry, I just got distracted. Now I can't think of what I was saying. Damn it. He's the new guy. Nobody's new. Everybody's an old friend of the lounge. There's always a seat at the lounge for everybody. I just looked up why they say macaroni in Yankee Doodle. Oh, okay. A little trivia, a little early trivia for the Friday. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's it. The munitions. But what he just said there, which is what he said yesterday, what he just said there was that we have middle and upper level munitions, whatever you want to call them. So by omission, is he saying that we really don't have the stock of the base munitions, you know, whatever those are? I don't know. See what I'm saying? This is the only reason I listen to this dipshit. The only reason I listen to this dipshit is because through his incredibly unfiltered brain, you do get to hear some nuggets of information that, and this is just my kink. So if you don't have this kink, I'm sorry. This is the kink this kink channel is dedicated to understanding words. I love the message. My reason for being online is because the messaging and the disinformation I've witnessed being just mind-fucking this country. And that's why I'm here. So that's why I watch all these morons, is because I'm listening for what they're saying. You know? And like, it rhymes with pony. Oh, macaroni. Okay. That's what oomph guesses. Oomph guesses it rhymes with pony. And that's why. Anyway, so that's why so if you want to know why I do this, it's because I'm fascinated by the messaging and how it starts up here and then how it trickles down and how people live it, right? How the chuds live it. That's why I watched The Convoy, is because I wanted to see what was the messaging that they were parroting, right? So anyway, yeah, that's just a little lore for the channel.
In charge of
the
it,
Chan.
with all of us really, but Pete's been very strong on it. The general and Pete, myself, the whole group, and Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now...
I don't even know what he's talking about. Okay, here we go. Karen Diggs with the answer. Macaroni was a style of dress in England, very sophisticated. They joked that the colonists were such simpleton that they thought putting a feather in a cap would make them sophisticated. Oh my God. I fucking love that. I think she did with the meat dress. It was the bolognese. That was the bolognese dress, I think. Yes. Wow, that's so weird. That's so cool. Thank you, Karen Diggs Retro. There you go, Macaroni.
Building a tremendous... There's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, you know, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it, and he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats...
So if he built it but then didn't do anything, then what destroyed it? Why do you have to rebuild it again? Oh boy, the inconsistencies.
They don't even want to have a military. Now you see how important it is.
My dad was Italian.
But we have
I think it's adorable.
The strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location, and out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets,
we're all about the
out of
trivia.
114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment, all our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy top.
Mr. President, the Treasury Secretary this morning said there were defections among Iranian leadership. Are you aware of that, and is there anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward?
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
Yeah, so we are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, but you know we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they've wired their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
Mr. President, seeing defections?
Israel.
There's a lot of military defections also. You have a lot of military defections in Iran. I don't blame them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about attacking the oil and gas fields?
Yeah, I did. I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. You know, we do. We're independent. We get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And the last one, if I could, the Fed chairman told me yesterday that he plans to stay until a new Fed chairman is confirmed, and he also plans to stay on the board until the investigation of the Federal Reserve is done.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost.
He's not under investigation.
The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. Something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly you should be lowering interest rates, all right? Certainly, who would not lower them? But he's stubborn, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. But a lot of people have that, you know. It's not a curable disease. But he's also building. He should be lowering rates immediately. But he won't do that because he's a stubborn, incompetent person. And that's a bad thing. You know, when you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person. But he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. $25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House, fixing it up, and I mean, the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right, so there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make, I mean, he could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building could be $3 to $4 billion.
Mr. President, on a straight of President.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people right here.
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Good. Is he a good reporter or bad? Yes, you know?
So.
Not a, all right, he looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, you know, we have that kind of relationship. And we step up for Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan. And we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else. But I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it by about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished. Maybe.
Yes, sir. Our missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone. And all of the leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. Okay, how about one more question for the Prime Minister? Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful. Oh, he's sounding shy. Go ahead.
of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, no, you believe in surprise, I think, much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I don't know how we ever let it get to this point. We tried to warn people. We tried to warn people this is what this was. She should stand up and walk out. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. He said that Japan, the question was, why didn't you advise your allies like Japan that you were going to take this action in advance? And he said, why would I tell anybody that? You guys know more about surprise than we do. What about Pearl Harbor? I'm so embarrassed. I don't even know. I don't have words. I don't have words of how humiliating it is to have this piece of skin who raped children, multiple, credibly accused, an adjudicated rapist, an adjudicated fraud, literally should be in a prison cell for stealing national secrets and likely selling them. Went along with Israel's demand that, or not even went along with it, gleefully joined in with Israel to attack Iran. Supported the genocide in Palestine. We did too. I am not, I will not defend the Biden administration any longer. I thought there was pushback from the Biden administration. There wasn't enough pushback, and I regret not calling that out. And this is a level beyond that. This is a level beyond. And at the same time, no administration should be allowed to commit genocide in our names. That is it. Oh, yeah, no, I think he meant Pearl Harbor because he said that. But yeah, that's also what Macaroni brought up, which was Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Just like the fucking base shithead, useless human that this is. My God, think about what that human did to children. Think about it. How dare we? How dare we allow this to happen? How dare we be silent in the face of disinformation that mind-fucked everyone and somehow opened the door for this? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I still don't believe that we're here. But we are here, so we have to be real about it. Yep, Dan Goldman read part of the accusations that were made on the record across, frankly, we've seen multiple children who came forward to accuse him of rape. Let's ask Michael Cohen, you know, the new hero of the democracy, pro-democracy people. Bullshit. Fuck you, Michael Cohen. Burn in hell. Michael Cohen is probably in line with Alex Gartner, the other lawyer, the one who shut Katie Johnson down and made her retract her accusations. Yeah, why would you ask famous liar Cohen? Well, I don't know, but people seem to have asked him and taken his answers to a point. I'm glad we're not anymore, but okay. Well, let's do the other people that were criminals who sit there and make money off the grift, Lev, and don't actually help and don't actually have, I'm so mad. Stop making heroes of people who got caught and just decided to change the grift. Okay? Stop. If they have salacious details, then fucking go on with Christian Amanpour or somebody. Yeah, so much for my good hair day, because you pulled it all out.
50% of what we, and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister. Please. Are you going to for the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Go ahead for the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Japan's DJ Press. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they are giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So will you plan to bring up relationship between Japan and China while you're there?
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to China very quickly, but I think I'd really like to have the Prime Minister talk about China, because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands.
We're trying to change it as fast as possible,
China.
but it's very slow.
で、日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。で、とにかく米中関係も含めてですね。これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、これに貢献するものであることを願っています。日本は常にオープンです。
Yeah, we've caused so much.
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also, speaking of the U.S.-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today, and I think mostly about trade, because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk after the first war leaves.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
Well, there you go. That's what we got, people. That's what we got. Yeah, embarrassing. Yeah. Yeah, the petrodollar. I'm actually trying to learn. I don't really know monetary policy, I'll be honest with you. I was not an economics person, brained. I know the retail finance side of it. I know a little bit about regulations within the securities industry. Probably enough just to be dangerous, not enough to actually answer questions. But yeah, that room is unrecognizable. It's like the set of a, I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Yeah, from the movie Pearl Harbor. Yeah, he's a big Ben Affleck fan. That's pretty much, okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he would like Ben Affleck. I would imagine that would be it. Yeah, LOL. Gonna be outraged and embarrassed each time aware of him, which is really hard because seem to be very aware of him. But yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that's a leader. Yeah, they love it. They love his unfiltered insults. The people who really love this, the 27% of the country who are bigots and assholes and have been validated by and become that. JD has become that because it benefits him to do so. Yes, it did. Yes, it does. All right, let's talk about Joe Kent. Da 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 ba. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Why Joe Kent is not a hero. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is from April of last year. Someone has to go to jail. Well, I'm trying. Where's my Nuremberg? Where's Nuremberg? Hold on. For all of our international friends, just know we have a plan. Okay? We have a plan. This one isn't even updated. Jesus Christ. I got to get the updated one in here. This is so empty. Anyway, we have a plan for Nuremberg 2.0, just so you know. It's Dumbledore's office, okay? It is. It's the Ministry of Magic. It's the newest ride at Universal's, whatever they are. All right, anyway, so yeah, this is not the right picture. I've got to come up with a better picture. But there are more people now in the room. Right now, Jared was in the hot seat, and then Pam was like, or no, Caroline was like, they're all criminals. And these are all the people that we had put in the box so far for Nuremberg 2.0. So just know, Willie and I are over here smoking, having a good time. And then these two boys walk in with a Nazi salute. So that pretty much tells you where we're at with that. Anyway, so we're tracking Nuremberg 2.0 here at Lolo's Lounge. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. 27%, just a particular alignment of certain bigot. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like you probably are a bigot if you're still in. If you're still in, there's I've got questions. That's all. I was a few minutes behind, but did you also notice when he mentioned that when you mentioned Pearl Harbor, he said, "Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?" He truly thinks he is the nation. Yes. 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 Who's standing behind J.D. Vance? Are you talking about Peter Thiel? Yeah, we know that. We know that. We know that. That's his mental illness talking. Wait, where's Michael? I missed Michael. Oh, there you are. I was a few minutes behind. Oh, yeah. I know. He's terrible. All right, let's talk about why Joe Kent is not a hero. Let me tell you why Joe Kent is no hero. This would be that third position thing we talk about a lot. Okay, so this is from Mother Jones' article from April of 2025. Look what's happened to countries who try to go. Well, and here's the other thing. You know, with Venezuela, we want Maduro because he can help lie about the 2020 election because Venezuela is one of their conspiracy theories. So I think that there is a world where they literally would have done this not only to take all the oil infrastructure and everything else, and frankly, just because we're imperialists now, the Don Roe doctrine. But it's also because Maduro is a key figure when it comes to election disintegrity, and so they want to use him, I think. So we'll see what happens, but I wouldn't be shocked. Okay? I wouldn't be shocked if he came clean on all the fraud from the election in 2020 in Venezuela. I wouldn't be shocked. I will question it, but I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah. Oh, really? Trump media? Is that still a thing? Okay, so this is Mother Jones from April of 2025. I don't think the nuclear hearing did happen, but we missed it. So we might watch that tomorrow if we don't have anything to watch. So, because they had a hearing about the nuclear EOs that Dump wrote last year, and I want to hear what they're talking about in terms of how we're implementing those nuclear EOs. Yes, he is. He attacked another one. Okay, Gabbard's pick to run counterterrorism center aided start of a right-wing paramilitary group. That's the Joe Kent I know. Joe Kent, a promoter of conspiracy theories, has long associated with extremists like Matt Gaetz. Yeah. When Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, went looking for someone to head the National Counterterrorism Center, she landed on Joe Kent, a former Green Beret, past CIA officer, and twice failed MAGA congressional candidate in Washington state, who, as the Associated Press reported, quote, stands out for the breadth of his ties to a deep-seated extremist fringe. That's right. It's the insurgency of the insurgency. That's right. There's an inception moment going on here. Okay. During his first campaign in 2022, Kent consulted with white nationalist Nick Fuentes on social media strategy because Nick's popular, so I want to be popular too. He also had a member of the Proud Boys on his campaign staff. Well, that's not unusual. And he embraced as a supporter and ally Joey Gibson, the leader of Patriot Prayer, a Christian nationalist group. And what about Matt Gaetz? I'm sorry. I'm very confused. But his associations with far-right extremists began prior to his attempt to win a congressional seat. In 2020, Kent helped boost the organizing message of a new right-wing paramilitary outfit that called itself the First Amendment Praetorians. Wait a minute. I didn't even know that. I mean, I knew it was. I didn't know it was the Praetorians. Wait, isn't that Mike Flynn's group? I'm so dumb. See, my friends are so much smarter about this stuff than I am. I can't keep it straight. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Jay Rance. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh. Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're Mike Flynn's group. Thank you. Sorry, Gal. It's so dumb of me not to do all that and put that together. But anyway, Joe Kent, Mike Flynn. It's a thing. Wait, let me show you why. I'll also link this article. Oh, God. Thank you, Gal. Thank you. Thank you. Here's the receipts. I have the best friends in the entire world, and I need you to know that. They're the smartest people I've ever met. That whole Iran has no air defense is instantly rebuked. I mean, what the fuck is happening? Why are we believing all these stupid lies? I know. We don't have any working press. Okay. All right, here we go. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Patriot Caucus member Joe Kent was interviewed for the film. Which film was... Oh, I was interviewed for the upcoming film We the Patriots to share my views on January 6th and why I'm proud to be a part of the America First movement. Oh, that was January of 2022. Gosh, 4 years ago. Also featuring Dominionist pastor Greg Locke, Winsome Sears, Maureen Bannon, daughter of Steve Bannon, and just really terrible person, Rogan O'Hanley, Melissa Tate, Alicia Andrews, and Drew Montez Clark. That's right. So this guy is an extremist. And then this I also found. This is from Mother Jones from April of 2022. Far-right paramilitary member warned 1-6 committee witness against speaking out. You talk a lot publicly. And that, for a tweet for the trailer. Okay. So there he is, Mike Flynn. Mike motherfucking Flynn. Lieutenant General Failure. Hey, Mike Flynn, suck my big D. I went to your party and you didn't know. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, yes.
Ancestors gave their blood, sweat, and
Is this We the Patriots Instagram, but not be Oh my God. Ivan Raiklin was making this documentary in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He has recently, in anticipation of the Reuters expose, removed the We the Patriots Instagram account, but not before we were able to capture its contents. And that's a little hat tip to Clayburgh. That's right. Clayburgh's a ninja, man. She is always on this shit, recording, documenting, archiving. Oh, baby. I love my friends so much. They're so fucking smart. You guys are so fucking smart. I fucking love it. I'm so proud to be your friends. I can't tell you. Or friend, I can't tell you.
our American ancestors gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. That's true. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Damn it! I always do that. Sorry. Well, I have to do it at least once, right? Okay. Hopefully that's the only time I'll do it. Anyway, this is so yes, this movie was never released, but we captured the the trailer for posterity. I would love to see like the rough cut of this, right? Like I really wish that we could see the rough cut of this film, but apparently not. And little Ivan Raiklin, the J6 pipe bomber. I mean, allegedly. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't think the guy who they caught, I don't know. We'll see. Meowing Star reports a U.S. F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing at U.S. Air Base in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be an Iranian fire, according to 2 sources familiar with the matter, CNN. So, yeah, immediately debunked. Thank you, Meowing Star. Oh, Gal has all the downloads of the interviews and stuff from it that they posted. See, what Gal Squad has done for many years now is not only scour, like Twitter and other things, but no, we've gone deep into the bowels of the right-wing ecosphere when it comes to Caravan to Midnight, the Economic War Report, things that are so obscure that by design, they're obscure in ways that infiltrate into kind of the mind space of the MAGA movement through Telegram, through Rumble, through all these other things. But then also on these weirder kind of podcasts and other things. And just like Gal went to Mike Flynn's Reawakening America tour, I went to Mike Flynn's event here in California. We try to get really deep into the data. And so I'm so impressed with my friends because they've done such hard work to capture all this stuff and try and tie together what's happening. And they've been right. That's the other thing. They've been right. Jim Stewartson was right about everything. Sorry. And Mike Flynn had to pull his case against Jim because he knew he was not going to win. So after 3 years, I don't think that means that you thought this was going to go you thought it was going to go your way until you realized that it wasn't going to go your way and that you were going to spend good money after bad. Right, Mike Flynn? So you pulled it like the motherfucking Faco that you are. Flynn always chickens out. That's right. Thank you, gal. Oops. Okay, I want to go back. I want to go back to my little grass shack in Kalakalu, Kauai. Okay, let me make this a little bigger. Little bigger. All right. Back to Joe. Back to life. All right, on September 20th, 2020, Robert Patrick Lewis, a former Green Beret and QAnon supporter, posted a long thread on Twitter that announced the formation of the group. Lewis declared that a band of military, law enforcement, and intel community veterans, Mike Flynn, had come together. Oh, yeah, just terribly opportunistic, that's all. Had come together to protect the First Amendment rights of conservatives. Okay, not everybody, just conservatives. He presented a harsh, conspiratorial, and paranoid view, claiming, quote, there are Marxist and leftist politicians aiming to lock down total control over our populace. Not like these guys who are trying to keep us in our homes. He asserted they're tyrannical. Wait, no.
They're tyrannical, Marxist, subversive groups such as Antifa and BLM demand total subservience to and adulation of their specific view of the world, which seems to include a whole lot more people than we think it should. So I'm scared that I am not good enough to survive in this world and succeed. So I need to eliminate all the competition. That's it. That's what I need to do. Okay. And he maintained the corrupted mainstream media does their best to tarnish the reputation and destroy the lives of any public or private citizen who dare step up to them or fight back against their narrative. Lewis called on military, law enforcement, or intelligence community veterans to join 1AP and fight back
In an apparent sign of support, Kent reposted this thread. Read video link at the end. Military, law enforcement are waiting our line in the sand. Lewis noted that 1AP would be providing security services for right-wing rallies and marches, including those with, quote, large number of high-profile conservative VIPs speaking and attending. For one event, he said he needed veterans to provide, quote, physical security, intelligence surveillance, and to serve as team leaders for small security and intelligence cells. Oh, that sounds so scary. He promised, we will keep your names confidential and our personnel records and communications will be encrypted. Well, then that makes sense. Yeah, oh, they hate BLM too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They hate the Me Too movement. They hate all of it. Okay? They hate all of it. Let's see. He promised, we will keep your names. Oh, he added, this group was formed to protect attendees at President Dump's campaign rallies. Soon after forming 1AP, Lewis presented it not only as a security service for the right, but as an intelligence operation. He told Fox News, our intelligence shows that no matter who wins the election, they, Antifa, are planning a massive Antifa Tet offensive. Oh, this is so funny because literally that's what these guys are doing. Oh my God, this is so funny. I love that they say this, right? I love that they say this. Yeah, 90,000 Antifa stormed the beaches of Normandy. That's right. My dad was an Antifa. I'm an Antifa. Go for it. This is the quintessential tool of this regime is to create the story, just like with the Epstein files and Save the Children and, child sexual abuse, etc. That is all the things that this party and their leaders were engaged in. Hence the Epstein net that is so wide. Okay? And literally, just going back to Gal Suburban and Jim Stewartson talking about the insurrection was Plan B. That was the first insurgency, or not first, but that was the major insurgency of the moment as we led up to 2020. And now within that movement, within that MAGA movement that kind of got them to the finish line, if you will, there's a segment of that group like Tucker Carlson, like Matt Gaetz, like Thomas Massey, like that are insurgents within the insurgency. And they are America first. They do not want to assist any country, such as Israel, in name. They name Israel. They don't want to do any of that. It is purely America first. They also want some of the same things that the larger MAGA want, like no accountability, no taxes. They're libertarian-ish. They're kind of, without the intellectualism, they're libertarians. Does that make sense? So this is the insurgency of the insurgency in my and others' view. They're doing a lot of things that should have been done against them. The Institutes of Mass Destruction, which is one of my favorite monikers that came out of Gal's brain. Populist libertarian. There you go. So would Steve Bannon be in that? Or could Steve Bannon be in that camp? I feel like Steve Bannon, if he thought it was advantageous, he would just go ahead and do that. Or is he? Because he's not a real Roger Stone fan, and this feels a little more Roger Stoney, but I don't know. The FBI and IRS to investigate nonprofit groups for domestic terrorism links, hunting Antifa. This was from today. Oh, shit. All right, well, we'll read that. I'll keep that on. Anyway, oh my God, I can't with this. Let's see. Lewis's 1AP did provide secure. Oh, whoops, sorry, excuse me. Soon after forming 1AP, Lewis presented it not only as a security service for the right, but as an intelligence operation. Roger Stone's head is shaped like Bert's. Yes, it is. Hold on. Nope, we're going to do this. Nope, just hang in there. If I were going to design a streaming interface, it would not be what this is. Okay, I'm just going to say. Where's my Roger Stone? Roger Stone did everything wrong. Roger Stone was wrong about everything. Where is he? God damn it, I just had you. Yesterday I put you up on the screen. What happened to you? What happened? Is it under Monkey or Roger? I don't know. I'm not sure. I thought it was under Roger, but I guess it could be under Monkey. Hold on. What the hell? I have no brain. I'm not even that high yet. Nope, that's not it. Shit. Okay. No, I really want to do this. Come on. Come on. Don't make me. No. Come on. Where is it? It's going to be at the top. Oh, but there. I called it Monkey. I guess I called it Monkey. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, no. But I do love this picture. I do love this picture. Hold on. I don't know why I love this picture so much, but I do. Thank you, Badge. Thank you, darling. They're like a splinter faction. Yeah. Yeah, and notice that a lot of them have not been very successful in this administration, except for Joe, although he got shit canned pretty fast, which actually leads to the real issue, the meat of the matter, which is this whistleblower report that needs to be followed up on about the DNI and about Jared Kushner in particular. Okay? That's who I want. But anyway, I was going to find you, Roger Stone. So it must be Roger's monkey. That's what I called it. All right, there you go. There's Roger Stone. I didn't make this picture. This is a picture that exists somewhere on the internet. Okay? That's all I'm going to say about it. That's Roger Stone. Yeah, so cute. Isn't he cute with his little hair? So anyway, my point is that when they say Antifa Tet Offensive, really what it is it's this, this Insurgency Junior. I don't know. I don't know why he had the monkey. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see. Bent on destroying the global order, they are not beholden to any one party. Their sole purpose is to create havoc, fear, and intimidation. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like? No such uprising occurred. After the election, 1AP claimed it was collecting evidence of fraud. Oops. On January 6th, as the riot began at the Capitol, Lewis tweeted, "Today is the day of the true battles begin." He later said he was at the Willard Hotel, not Capitol Hill that day. Whoopsie. Lewis's 1AP did provide security at various events featuring far-right extremists, according to the final report of the House January 6th committee during a December 12th, 2020 rally of pro-Trump election deniers in D.C. Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers, and fuck puppet of that lawyer girl that I can't remember her name right now, but she blocked me on Twitter because I talked to her about her conjugal visits with Stuart Rhodes. But whatever, I don't know. I'm just going by what's reported in the news. The leader of the Oath Keepers coordinated with 1AP to guard VIPs, including retired Lieutenant General Michael Failure Flynn and Patrick Byrne after reading. Both Flynn and Byrne were prominent promoters of the crackpot conspiracy theory because they wrote another memo and they're trying again. Whoop, whoop. She blocked you too? Fuck yeah. What was her name? I can't even remember her name. That's how unimportant she is. Okay, let's see. Months later, Lewis and 1AP provided security at a QAnon conference in Dallas, where Flynn essentially called for a military coup inside the United States. That's right, bitches. On social media, Kent has often boosted posts from Lewis. At one point, each complimented the other for a podcast appearance. When Kent ran for Congress, Lewis expressed his support for him on social media. So I think you get the point. I will link this entire article, but we have so much. I don't want to lose sight of everything that I organized for us today. Let's see. This one is another one. All right. So loyalty over expertise. This is from On Offense, which looks like a Substack. Christopher Goldsmith. I got this from Gal. Yeah, I think I got this from Gal. Loyalty over expertise, the extremist threat in Trump's new appointment. So this is from February of last year, before he was appointed to DNI. Or as he was appointed, or nominated. Trump's nomination of Sean Parnell, another winner, and Joe Kent reveal a dangerous pattern of placing loyalty over competence. Here's how you can resist the authoritarian creep. And Christopher Goldsmith is a veteran and really quite prolific in speaking against the authoritarianism in this regime, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, Donald, it's my pleasure to nominate Joe Kent as the director of National Counterterrorism Center, or as they tell me. As a soldier, Green Beret, and CIA, Joe's hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire adult life. What about when he was a kid? Above all, Joe knows the terrible cost of terrorism, losing his wonderful wife. He did. And I think he's very traumatized over that. Okay, let's see. Oh, continue. Oh, claim my free post. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll link this and then you can register and get the full thing. But I just wanted to make the point that we've got, the calls are coming from inside the house. Let's see. This one is another one I have. This is an archive, so it had to come from one of my friends. Well, it probably came from Gal. Now, this is another article about Joe Kent from, this is not new. Oh, October 28th, 2025, New York Times reporting. officials' access to FBI files in Charlie Kirk case. That's right, Charlie Kirk. Kelly Sorrell. That's right, Kelly Sorrell. Yeah, man, she is very, very sensitive about her sexual relations. I'm going to tell you right now. She's very sensitive about that. Oh, why? I wonder why that's not doing that. Oh, hold on. Let me fix the screen. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of a long show today because I just want to get through at least some of these articles. I have like 35 tabs open that I have coordinated in color coordinated tab groups that I'm very proud of, apparently. Apparently, I'm very proud of them. All right, so this is the story that I'm trying to read to you. Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you for the access to the Wayback Machine, my beautiful friends. Dang it, Kelly Sorrell. Yeah, yay, I have 35 loads of laundry, so perfect. Great, excellent, I love it. Settle in, kids. I'm going to read to you all day. Officials access. Okay, so this was an inquiry by Joe Kent, who leads the National Counterterrorism Center, is said to have alarmed Kash Patel, the FBI director. Now, I haven't read this article, but let me posit that this whole, like, Candace Owens going against Erica Kirk, saying that Israel assassinated Charlie, that's what she says, or she says her staff did. I don't know. But Israel's definitely, she thinks, to blame, as at least for the limited amount of exposure I gave myself to her podcast, because I can't really. Although I do like her, like her voice is like pretty good for a podcast. It's just what she's saying, which is absolutely ridiculous. But so this is why this kind of Tucker 2028 thing that people talk about isn't too far-fetched, because there is that schism, whether it's kayfabe or not, I have no idea, but there is a schism inside of MAGA around support for Israel, insurgency, and all that kind of stuff, right? So I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know. So we'll see. But this was interesting to me. There he is, Joe. And you know what? Unfortunately, when he opens his mouth, he sounds really stupid. I don't know if he is stupid, but he sounds really stupid. Same number of tabs Lolo has open. Just kidding, but it's a lot. No! Oh my God. Just saw a post comparing the split in Kirklandia to the Shia-Sunni split. I don't know. I don't know enough about to make that comparison, but all right, so this is from October of last year. The head of the National Counterterrorism Center examined FBI files. Did Candace ask you to do that? I have questions. I just have questions. That's all. I don't know. In the last several weeks, to investigate whether the man charged with assassinating Charlie Kirk had support from someone else, a foreign power, or another entity, according to multiple people with knowledge of the matter. The inquiry by Joe Kent, the director of the Counterterrorism Center, alarmed Kash Patel, director of the FBI, because he might have something to do with it. No, I'm kidding. Mr. Patel and other senior officials believed Mr. Kent was overstepping, treading on FBI responsibilities, and potentially interfering with the investigation and the prosecution of the suspect, Tyler Robinson. But supporters of Mr. Kent say he was doing his job, running down leads and making sure no foreign or domestic groups were linked to Mr. Kirk's death. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Mr. Robinson, 22, is accused of killing Mr. Kirk last month as the conservative activist made an appearance at a college campus. State prosecutors in Utah have charged Mr. Robinson with 7 counts, including felony aggravated murder, which he's actually under, his trial is ongoing now. The Senate confirmed Mr. Kent as a director of the Counterterrorism Center in July. He's one of the closest advisors to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and shares her focus on traditional terrorism groups, as well as drug cartels, which he argues are a grave threat to the United States. Mr. Patel was troubled that Mr. Kent had gone through FBI material related to the case, according to the people knowledgeable. Mr. Kent's efforts were a topic at White House meeting that included Patel, Mr. Kent, and his direct supervisor, or superior, Ms. Gabbard. Oh, what? Top Justice Department officials, Vice President J.D. Vance and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles were also there? What? The people interviewed by the Times were granted anonymity to speak frankly about the internal dynamics. The FBI and the Justice Department generally keep tight control over evidence in criminal cases, particularly when they are preparing for a trial in which government documents may have to be turned over to the defense and could be used to poke holes in the prosecution's case. While Mr. Robinson is currently facing only state charges, some administration officials were concerned that Mr. Kent's efforts could provide fodder to defense lawyers who could use the notion that more than one person was involved in Mr. Kirk's killing to raise reasonable doubt in the minds of jurors, said those aware of the matter. Oh, boy. Since Mr. Kirk's death, did he take anything with him when he left the room where he was looking at the files? Anybody? 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 Since Mr. Kirk's death, okay, and some of the president's allies outside the administration are convinced that the killing is part of a broader plot, despite a lack of evidence that has been presented to support that. When has that stopped them before, though? I don't know. Officials involved in the arrest have said they believe Mr. Robinson acted alone. Mr. Kent told administration officials that a lower-level FBI official had granted him access to the agency's files. Joe said I could do it, which Mr. Patel said he was said not to be aware of, according to some of the people interviewed by the Times. In response to to questions from the Times, Mr. Patel and Ms. Gabbard released a joint statement that did not address the debate over Mr. Kent's inquiry and sought to portray a unified front. The FBI and intelligence community, under the direction of President Dump, will leave no stone unturned. No Roger Stone unturned in the investigation of the assassination of our friend Charlie Kirk. But multiple people said tensions over Mr. Kent's work had persisted for some time and were part of a broader set of issues between Ms. Gabbard's office and other administration agencies. The meeting that Mr. Kent attended at the White House was one of two intended to ameliorate tensions between the FBI and Ms. Gabbard's office. Fighting, people briefed on the matter said. The earlier one, which was focused on multiple issues, including the killing of Mr. Kirk, was so tense that little was accomplished, they added. Well, that's interesting. Why would it get so emotional? Isn't that interesting? Why would that get so emotional? Why would there be territory issues on that? Some officials inside the government raised questions about the assassin's abilities and training after security footage was released of him jumping from a high ledge. Early in the investigation, evidence was collected that contained words often associated with anti-fascist writing, namely the infamous inscriptions on the bullets. Prove it. In the charging document, prosecutors include... I don't trust this fucking regime not to create evidence, okay? Period. They showed you a picture of a gun that was not even the gun of Alex Preddy, okay? And that's the picture of the gun that persisted. They lie about evidence. We're an internet meme, that's right. Bella Chow or something. No, that was the other guy. I don't even know. Another lie. The Counterterrorism Center gathered material from intelligence agencies about potential foreign ties to Mr. Robinson and has also looked at foreign funding of people who identify with the far-left movement known as Antifa. Mr. Dump has said Mr. Robinson was radicalized by the left, though the president has not directly tied him to this ghost called Antifa. After Mr. Kirk's killing, Mr. Dump said he was designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, which he has not done because it doesn't exist as an organization. Yeah, so you can't. Antifa is a term for... Okay, well, I don't agree with that. It's not an actual organization, and frankly, Antifa, they say it's a violent protest culture, but you know who the violents are? Because I've been in those. You want to know who the violent people are? It's the maggots. And it's the fucking police, all right? Don't fucking come to me and tell me that Antifa is violent. Ew. Bullshit. In 2020, there was over 10,000 charges brought against so-called Antifa for their roles or whatever. Actually, they weren't Antifa, excuse me, but for the damage that was done during the 2020 riot or whatever. God, I'm falling into their fucking language. In 2020, after the murder of George Floyd and the natural reaction to said murder, thousands of people had been arrested and adjudicated. So no one got away with anything. The people who were violent were going to be violent. It doesn't have to do with the ideology of the entire group protesting. That's what I complain against. And you know what? When those kids, throw things, throw water bottles and stuff like that, I understand it. I'm there. I understand it. People are angry. People are angry. And so, yeah, civil disobedience, we're going to be disobedient. I hope everything is nonviolent because, frankly, I don't want to see anyone hurt. But to constantly complain that it's the leftists who are the violent ones is absolute fucking fantasy. And if you claim that, I would love to see you at the next protest because I'll be happy to point out to you who's shooting people in the back. Not me in my dinosaur suit. So, yeah, fuck you, New York Times. Several critics have questioned what legal criteria under Mr. Kent national terrorism. Okay, so that's all there is to that. But anyway, interesting. I didn't know that Joe Kent had also had a little bit of a problem when it came to the Charlie Kirk files. So I found that story particularly interesting. Let's see. Oh, this is just more. I'll include that, but that's more on Joe. No, that's my Matt Gaetz thing. No, that's not it. Sorry. Okay. All right, so that's that. Okay. Okay, let's see. It's almost 4 hours. Let me just see what else, because I really, hold on. Damn it. I need a whole day of streaming. That's okay. We're going to keep going a little bit. Let me go to... here's the thing. I have some stories I would really like to get to. So let's do this. Oh my God, so many links. Too many links on the dance floor. Let's start with a little bit of good news, okay? And there's a lot of people talking about this, so I mean, you could probably get more expertise from other people, but I wanted to talk about Afro Man and how he persisted yesterday. It was an explosive mic. Wait a minute. Later today, I'll text you a link to a video in regards to this being an inside assassination and not a lone wolf. Okay. Okay. It's been going around that it was an explosive mic. Okay. Well, all right. This is the moment where I tend to pull in and just be like, I'm going to wait and just take in information. Yeah, I don't do meetings either, but yeah. Okay. But let's talk about something that was a little better. Something weird did happen with the mic cord. Listen, there could be a million things that are true and not true about all the conspiracies. When they start to get really like spinny and stuff like that, I tend to hold back and be like, okay, wait, I need the dust to settle before I feel like I can wrap my brain around that stuff. So I pulled this piece about Afro Man's success in court, and I found this a really good description. There he is. Hero to stoners everywhere. And just a great musician. After Afro Man's Ohio home was raided by police and searched for evidence of drug trafficking and kidnapping in the summer of 2022, The rap wonder of the early 2000s channeled his frustration into a lyrically explicit song. Several songs, in fact, on an album titled Lemon Pound Cake, a derogatory reference to one of the sheriff's deputies who busted down his front door after a judge granted a warrant, seizing money and disconnecting his security cameras. Afro-Man, legal name Joseph Foreman, was never criminally charged, and Lemon Pound Cake became his public condemnation of the deputies and their tactics. Then 7 of those deputies sued him for defamation, and Afro-Man spent the past few days in Adams County defending his art at trial and prevailing. After hours of deliberation Wednesday, the jury ruled in Afro-Man's favor on all counts, disagreeing with the deputies' allegations that the rapper had violated their rights and owed them millions of dollars in monetary damages. Moments after the trial ended, a video of the judge reading the verdict aloud in court was posted to Afro-Man's social media accounts. The 3-day trial explored fundamental questions about policing, the Constitution's free speech protections, and the limits of artistic criticism. It also unexpectedly catapulted the man behind Because I Got High and Crazy Rap, Colt 45, and 2 Zigzags back into pop culture's lexicon, which is always a wonderful thing. I love seeing people come back into to get the love from new generations. A Colorado sheriff's office that shares the same name as the Ohio one said it had mistakenly received a flood of social media comments and phone calls about the defamation trial. Even the Libertarian Party weighed in. Well, I don't care what they say. The legal saga was live streamed on local TV and picked up by social media algorithms, surfacing clips from court of Afro-Man dressed in an American flag suit, tie, and sunglasses, and of the deputies testifying about harm they say they suffered from the album and its promotion. For the song Will You Help Me Repair My Door, Afro-Man made a music video using footage from the raid that showed the deputies' faces. He mocked online the genitalia of the female deputy who disconnected his security cameras. In numerous Instagram posts, the rapper promoted his album and tour with t-shirts that featured the faces of the deputies, including the one he dubbed Police Officer Pound Cake. I'm sorry. I can't help it. During the trial, that officer said he had been sent a plethora of pound cakes at work. I'm sorry. Assault by pastry. Pound cake is delicious, and it keeps really well. So frankly, I mean, there's a million recipes with pound cake too, by the way. You can fry that shit up, and it'd be great, okay? Come on now. I love him. I love him so much. During the trial, Afro-Man placed all the blame on the deputies. The whole raid was a mistake, Afro-Man testified. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system, and there would be no songs. Nothing. Hold on. Excuse me. I start to lose my voice when it comes to this point. Okay. All 7 deputies with the Adams County Sheriff's Office, which patrols a county of less than 30,000 people in southwestern Ohio, clearly have too much time on their hands and testified at trial, asking for a combined $3.9 million in damages. But you got pound cake. Come on. They alleged in court documents that Afro-Man defamed them by using their likenesses without permission and causing humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation. Oh, you mean a little bit like maligning him by charging him with something that he didn't do and then breaking down his door and assaulting and possibly humiliating him? I don't know. Sounds like projection to me. Robert Kingler, the deputy's attorney, did not immediately respond because he's trying to figure out what he does next and how embarrassing this is. Lisa Phillips, a deputy sheriff, testified that Afro-Man called her misogynistic names on social media and created a lengthy parody video depicting a woman who looked like her performing sexual acts on other women. When the deputy's attorney played the video in court, Phillips wept. Randy Walters, another sheriff's deputy, testified that his family had been the subject of gossip and ridicule because of baseless allegations Afro Man made online, including that the rapper had an affair with Walters' wife of 28 years. I'm sorry. The harm trickled down to the couple's biracial daughter, Walters said, who was adopted. Now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Well, I mean, was it a lie that you went and busted down his door like that too? So maybe you should consider your behavior as an officer, since you're the one who's supposed to be, you know, upholding the law and, you know, the model of behavior, you know, I don't know. And no, he shouldn't call the woman misogynistic names. He shouldn't depict people in sexual positions. But you know what? I don't have time to care about a bunch of fucking sheriff's deputies. Fuck the police. Fuck 12. And if you bust down people's doors, well, I guess you might have your picture taken. I don't know. I'm sorry. I kind of draw the line there. And yeah, no, but he shouldn't have done that. But okay. Yeah. Bad. Don't do that. I don't know. Is that supposed to negate all of the incredible harm that he was caused? No. Okay. All right. On the night of the raid, Afro Man was traveling back from a trip to Chicago, but his ex-wife and children were in the house and terrified when deputies busted in the door. During his trial testimony, Afro Man said he intended to use the profits he earned off the Lemon Pound Cake album to pay for the damage to his property from the raid, including his front door, broken outside gate, and snipped wiring on his surveillance cameras. When asked by the deputy's attorney how much money he had made off of the album and merchandise, Afro Man would not say, only answering that it was less than $24,000. The rapper has continued to mock the deputies online, posting new music videos to social media this week wearing the same patriotic getup that he donned in court. On one post he wrote, quote, "Almost to 1 million subs. Help a player get to 1 million today." I mean, you know, what are you going to do? He's making lemonade out of lemons. Klingler, a civil attorney, said during his closing arguments that Afro Man had shown a callous indifference on the witness stand and a disregard for the consequences of his actions. Whoever wrote this article really doesn't like Afro Man. Okay? I just see. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. Lies, I tell you. Oh, man. Afro Man's attorney, David Osborne, had a different narrative. Fundamentally, the case was about free speech and musical expression, he told the jurors, offering them a brief history of songwriting and lyrical disagreement. They didn't have to like what the rapper sang, but he argued that they needed to affirm that he had the right to say it. And that actually is the most important part, is that, you know, a lot of people, the speech is protected and the government can't stop you from your speech. That's it. Osborne pointed to Afro Man wearing the same American flag suit he had worn the day before and said, "Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact?" Wait a minute. Is that a dig at... And then I got high. They even tried to damage his cameras that he recorded it all on. I'm going to tell you, he didn't go film them. That's right. They broke into his fucking home. Yeah, it's a race thing. Yes, it certainly motherfucking is. And you know what? I wish he wouldn't talk about women that way either, but it is his right to do so. And that's why he's there. He's there to fight for the right to say those things. And none of us, you know, I get in trouble all the time for stuff I say online. Still banned on Twitter for telling Pete Hegseth that I hope he drinks himself to death. It was actually more of a prediction than it was a wish. Actually, no, I think that's what I said. It was really more in the form of a prediction and an observation. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't wish it. I'm observing what's happening. That's all. I'm observing. Okay. Anyway, So as the queen of problematic statements, I can only do so much. So I'm still banned on Twitter, and I'm not removing that motherfucking post. I don't care. I can live without my Twitter account. Let's see. Okay, there was more. Hold on. I just want to at least get to some of the stories that were like super. Oh shit. Whoops. Oh, I wanted to read this. This is from Oren in our Discord. Oh, J-Rants. I'm sorry. J-Rant shared this in Discord. Oh, yeah. I wanted to put the link to Discord. Let me do that right now. Hold on. Let me put the link to our Discord in there. Hold on. Don't switch. No, don't switch. Welcome to the Discord. We got fun and games. Oh, man. Don't hit. Nah. Sorry. I gotta do something here. Wow, I'm trying to do something here. Okay. This is our Discord. We watch movies on Tuesdays and Saturdays and sometimes during the week. And we also have kind of like a 24/7. In fact, I'll show it to you. We have like a 24/7 chat room basically on our Discord. Nope. There's got to be an easier way to do this. I can't wait till I don't want to have to use StreamYard anymore or Streamlabs. I really don't want to use Streamlabs anymore. It's a big pain in the ass. Okay, here we go. This is our Discordio. Whoa. Here's the Discord. Here's the Discord. Here's the Discord. Here's the Discord. So this is our Discord, and it's basically just this really amazing, like, people drop articles in here all the time and say how you doing. There's some reporting on some votes. Here we go. Here's just some like definite like here's how I'm feeling today. All kinds of good stuff. And we play Wordle. Yeah, we play Wordle. All right, so let me drop in the chat the link so that you too can join our Discord. And it's a pretty nice place. So feel free to link on that, and I will go ahead and sign you up for that. And away we go. All right, I think I should probably wrap. Damn, I have other things I really wanted to talk to you about, but we're going to get there. Okay, maybe tomorrow we'll have more time because we don't have as much to watch tomorrow. So we can get through some reading. I know, you're all going to be very excited about that. Yay. Yay. Anyway. Yes, today was great. I think you're really wonderful. Yeah, that's the dog that Max is dog seating. Yeah, the urea thing. I know. I want to read that though. I just feel like I've overstayed my welcome. So we're going to lead with that. But I'm not going to do it in baby voice. Don't worry, Max. Max does not like the baby voice, and we understand, and she puts up with us, but she is not a friend. Ooh, Phil Williams' personal story that he posted regarding Nazi intimidation at news. Oh, Phil Williams is a great reporter. He's done so much to fight corruption in Tennessee and other places, really, for the nation. Trump has let his huge flags on the 88-foot flag pull the Nazi reference. Yeah. High five. Fly in the dark for 2 weeks before adequate lighting. Oh, that's right. Isn't that against the rules? You use urea lotion? Yeah, there's a J-Rance found this incredible article about it, and so we'll lead with that tomorrow, and we'll get through. I have so many good articles. I need to read them to you. I really think they're worth the time to hear. So hopefully you think the same too. I don't know. We try our best here at Lolo's Lounge. We're learning. That's what I'm doing. I'm just learning. I'm not an expert on anything really. I'm just trying to learn what the fuck is happening and how we get out of it so that people don't die. I want everyone to have rights. I want the more perfect union. I want there to be reparations. I want us to be better with each other. Yeah. I mean, I think that Mark Wayne Mullenhead is going to be approved. It's not. I don't know about the Senate, but I have a feeling that he's going to be approved, even though he's a fucking idiot and probably felon, and definitely an inside trader. Bought shares in Chevron 5 days before we invaded Venezuela. That's all I'm going to say. Mark Wayne Mullen. Good job, Buster. Good job, Buster Brown. Wow, you are one hell of a plumber. Let me tell you. All right. All right, this is Lolo. I'm out. I will see you tomorrow morning. Oh, wait a minute. I will see you tomorrow morning. I think it's 7 a.m. Pacific, I think. You sounded like an expert in baby voice. I am definitely an expert in baby voice. All right. I hope to see you tomorrow. I hope if I don't see you tomorrow, you have a great day. Tomorrow, there's 2 shows, okay? We have 2 shows on Fridays, okay? We've got our morning show, which is like this. But then at nighttime, we do trivia. So we do a really crazy trivia game together. Everyone participates. So you're not just an audience. You get to participate. So come to our trivia. It's Friday nights at 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 9:30 Eastern in the United States. Everything inside and outside of that, wherever your time zone takes you. And you are certainly welcome to come. There's always a seat for you at Lolo's Lounge. All right. I'll see you later. I love you guys. Bye.